are you lurkers going? Are you doing fine today? Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Anyway, before I start with any specific affairs and collab, I just want to go through a bit of a housekeeping with you lurkers. And it's a shame that there's not a lot of you have joined in yet, but I suppose if more people start joining, you can tell them. Yeah, y'all can tell the rest of the people who drop by later, but it's important that I go through it with you all right now. And this will be a bit I'll be upfront. This is concerning the whole YouTube thing with the whole super chats and memberships thing. And I just want to tell you all, me getting all the affairs sorted out with YouTube and Google AdSense, all of that is going to be taking like roughly 2 months. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to take roughly 2 months. So what I'm trying to say is don't send anything to me. Don't send any super chats. Don't send any memberships things, because it's going to take a while. My circumstance is going to take a while. I will let you all know when it is comfortable for you all to apply for any memberships or send any super chats. But for the time being, YouTube is being very slow with me, unfortunately. So what I do suggest is you don't have to give me anything. Seriously. Firstly, if you do want to send me anything, you don't have to, but I really appreciate if you do send it. Just send it via Streamlabs or something like that as a donation, but don't do it if you cannot, okay? This is just so that your money don't get stuck at Google without its intended recipient, because it's kind of a bummer that it's just stuck at Google, and it might take a couple of months for me to get it my side. So again, don't give any money to Google right now. Situ-chan, hold on, I'll show you. I have a Streamlabs. I guess that Streamlabs links to a donation, but again, don't send if I am not worth your donation. I want to make sure that what I say and what I do resonates and entertains you all before I'm worthy of any donation. I want to put it up front right now, okay? I'm just telling you right now my personal circumstance with YouTube. But in case if you all do want to know my donation link, it is on the starting screen. So you can rewind to the starting soon screen and it is the Streamlabs link. Until then, just don't give money via YouTube. I will tell you all when it is safe to do so, when I can actually receive your gratitude. Anyway, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening, everyone. I think that's done. And any new people who join in, just make sure to tell the new people who drop by tonight's stream that currently I have a bit of delay with Google. Basuku, thank you for the tip. Hello Banmin, I hope you're well. Sadly, I could not tune in for a previous stream, B-Day. That's okay. I'm happy that you even took the time to join today's stream. The fact, again, I am very grateful that enough of you want to watch my stream. It is heartwarming to know that. Anyway. Oh yeah. Now that's out of the way. Tonight's stream, I've decided to start a little early because I just want to have a get together with the lurkers alone before I start the collab with the talking chair. It is literally a talking chair. I cannot believe it. Can you believe it? It's a talking chair who says a lot of pretty well-reasoned things. And I have gotten my chance to speak to this talking chair, and he is quite a pleasant entity to talk to. Quite a pleasant entity indeed. So look forward to that. It will be happening in roughly 20 minutes. So with that out of the way, let's just have like a mini yap, okay? Or maybe let's just have a chat with the lurkers. Anything you all want to talk about before the collab starts? Twitch apocalypse. Oh boy. I made a post about the Twitch apocalypse, and I want to say up front, honestly, concerning the Twitch apocalypse, is that you know me. You know, and I know a lot of Twitch streamers. I know a lot of Twitch streamers, and they're VTubers, and honestly, I have nothing but the best things to say about them. They are very genuine, they are very hardworking individuals. And honestly, it breaks my heart that Twitch, alongside a handful of their crony inner circle rotten eggs, have basically placed the entire platform on the verge of an apocalypse that would make YouTube's apocalypse look like a light rainy day in comparison. It is not going to be a good time to be a Twitch streamer. I'm sorry for those who are streaming on Twitch, but it is very important that you all mentally prepare yourselves for the possibility that Twitch might not be the ideal platform to stream on main. Okay? Josh9998, I heard there was some news about Twitter and how everything is only going on BUs. Okay, Josh9998, I would like to... There is a video I made 3 weeks ago, and it's been clipped by a lurker. It explains to you the A to Z about the issue concerning Bluesky. And let's just say, not only has what I said 3 weeks ago is still proven right, but it's getting worse. Because more people are noticing problems with Bluesky. And again, I want to say, if you are an artist, or you are in any way remotely concerned about the prospect of AI, scraping your data, I'm telling you right now, Bluesky is not the place to go. Unfortunately, there is really not many places that you can go if AI really is your main concern. I can offer you like Patreon. You can do it on a Patreon, lock it behind a paywall, go to Miss Key and go through all the hoops to get a Miss Key. But other than that, if you really want to juggle protecting your content versus your content having traffic, let's just say in my opinion, and I could be biased, maybe I am biased, but to me, I think it's a bit more objective. Stick to Twitter rather than Bluesky. If you had to choose Twitter or Bluesky, personally, I'd say Twitter. And as the phrase goes, the devil you know. At least, it may just be a very mild consolation, but Elon tells you they're doing it. Bluesky, who knows how much they're lying about you? Who knows how much they lie about you? Lie to you, actually. Like I always say it. I say it for the first few streams as well. I prefer the ugliest truth over a beautiful lie. So that's that. Okay, any other topics you want to talk about? Oh yeah, Ned-chan, good point. Here's the thing, as you all might know soon, Lord No, hi, and I hope you will have a good day ahead too. Anyway, answering Mod-chan's questions, and I think some of you all might be keen to know as well, what are my plans next week? I will tell you right now that as of next week, I am going to be traveling a lot. Monday, I will have one more stream. I will be able to fit one more stream next week, Monday. But after that, I will be traveling a lot. Shion, no. Here's the thing. After Monday, we'll have our last stream for like 2 months. A month or so, actually. Yeah, more than a month. And ideally speaking, early January we will come back. I'll be back. Early January. So in the meantime, I will still be posting regularly on X and Facebook. So if there is any news, like let's say in between my long travel, I managed to squeeze together a time to stream. In between it, I will let you all know in advance, okay? But for now, Monday will be my last stream for like over a month. Cyber Nemesis? Can you shut up? Please? Can you please shut up? This is very uncouth behavior. Come on. Cyber Nemesis. Hold on, I just forgot I need to set something up on OBS. So give me a few seconds. Just talk amongst yourself. I forgot to set something up. I will be with you shortly. Okay, done. Done. Let's get back to it. Okay. Let's have a look at the chat. Remember everyone, don't send me any super chats and don't buy any memberships. Don't touch those yet until I sort out all of my issues with Google, okay? Do not touch it. If you even want to consider anything that resembles a tip or a donation, just rewind back to the waiting screen and see the Streamlabs link that I've provided. But other than that, don't do anything. Okay. Guy named Ash, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Yes, Crowfish, if is a big if. If you feel like dropping a tip, only Streamlabs. Because Streamlabs is a direct link to my account, so that's fine. YouTube's AdSense thing is to Google's credit is very, very secure. But considering my own personal circumstances, it'll take me quite a while to set everything up. And thankfully, it's not an error, but it's just something troublesome. Pandora, I don't think... Let's just say, Pandora, let's think about it this way. Even if Twitch gives me affiliate, which they won't, I doubt it, not anytime soon, the apocalypse coming to Twitch is not going to be fun for anyone. I think it would take a complete purge and restructuring of Twitch management before I can really wholly recommend anyone considering going back to Twitch. That's just my opinion though. Crowfish, let's just say it is long overdue, in my opinion. Alan is 3D. I don't even know what a throne does. Maybe I'll have a look at it one day. I don't know what throne does. Mo-chan, you will know. Because considering what things are tolerated in America, some of the opinions that Twitch management is protecting would make them very not susceptible to advertisers. Okay, I am just reading chat right now. George 9998, there is a very high likelihood that will happen because think about this. Twitch, it's a whole different story. Let's say if the election outcome happened any other way. If the election outcome came out with the opposite outcome, Twitch might be able to survive maybe a few more years before another apocalypse. But considering what we have seen last week, I think personally it's going to be very messy at Twitch, in my opinion. Smokehouse, go enjoy your dinner. Make sure don't starve yourself. Go eat. Did I forget something? 09, did I forget something? Did I forget something? Malcolm. Oh. Are you sure you all want to... Rena? Again? Rena? Rena again? Are you saying this again? Rena? Rena, what's wrong with you? Yeah, watch the VOD later, Smokehouse. Enjoy your dinner. What are you having for dinner? Smokehouse. Are you going to eat a barbecue, Smokehouse? I like barbecues. I mean, your username makes me think that you're going to have a barbecue. Yes, Pixie Misa, that is completely right. Because Amazon admits that Twitch has been a net negative. They do nothing but generate losses. That is true. You are saying something that resonates with me so deeply, Ein. Lurkers just keep coming up with the most interesting choice of words. And it is very shameful and it is very shocking. Okay, I think my housekeeping is done for now. What I'll do is I will have like a 1 minute break and I'll show you the wait screen. If any of you actually, please don't. I'm just telling you, please don't if you don't feel I'm deserving it. But I'll show you the interlude screen for like a minute or so. And you will see my direct link to tipping, but please don't. I'm telling you, if you can't afford it or I'm not deserving of it, don't do it, okay? I'm going to rest a bit. I'm going to drink something and prep for the collab, okay? I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
I mean, she only recently started streaming, but she has taken to streaming like a duck to water, so it's been very pleasant to watch. And she's always had very, I think, very level-headed and refreshingly how do I say, blunt takes on her other socials as well. So it's nice to finally get to talk to her on the stream. One thing I want to sort of get out of the way is, for this stream, since it's a collab, just to reiterate, I'm probably not going to be reading. I really appreciate any super chats or memberships that you guys send, but I probably won't be reading them while we're in the collab. I'll probably only be reading them out afterwards, unless you ask a question that I do feel I have the opportunity to jump in with, and I do feel like is very relevant to whatever we happen to be talking about.
Okay, I'm back. Not gonna lie, I took a couple of minutes to just sneak a glance at the Talking Chair stream, and oh boy, I'm not used to getting I'm not used to getting compliments, okay? Not very used to it. I'm used to like getting a lot of back talk and insults and just saying you're wrong, you're stupid and all that things, but never really got into... I can't really accept compliments all that well, unfortunately. Varin, can you shut up? Varin, shut up. Shiantari, it's not that I enjoy chaos, but I'm just used to it, okay? Due to the nature of the internet, it's the default expectation. It is the default expectation. So I guess I could say I'm mentally prepared for negativity and I'm mentally prepared for chaos. It's refreshing but at the end of the day, unexpected to receive positivity. Frost, Frost, I appreciate very much the membership. Really appreciate it. Just letting you know, I am sorting some things out with Google AdSense. It might take about over a month, probably 2 months. Troublesome, but it'll be a while before I can receive anything from Google. So just a bit of a fair warning, okay? But I appreciate the thoughts. I appreciate the intention. I really appreciate it. But it's okay. It's okay. Feel free to use the ban emojis that I've put up. Over the coming weeks, I will try to add more emojis. And should be fun. I probably have to get... Yeah, I will add that. I will have to add more emojis. It's just that I really need to add more emojis. That's actually a very important thing. Maybe I will add some over the weekend. And for any members who want to join for the last stream before my travels, which will be on Monday, same time, look forward to that. Okay? Look forward to it. And I am just going to wait for the talking chair, the sentient talking chair, to call me. Okay? I am waiting. And also, talking chair, if you are not ready yet, don't worry. Take all the time you need. I have all the company I need right now with my very annoying lurkers. Definitely, I need to add the Banmin emote. That is something I really would love to add. I should add. Shion Tori. Funny how that works, huh? The moment I start stopping my meds, chairs start to talk to me. What has my life gone to? I just stopped taking my meds for one day and already a chair has started talking to me. Right. That is a good one. That is a good pun. I appreciate it. I am the type of person who appreciates a good pun. 09. Come on. Come on. Be mature for a second. Be mature for a second, 09. Fine. Pick. Let's hope. Any other questions you want to ask before I get the call? Because it might be starting any second now. Any other questions? Yeah, the waiting is intense, isn't it? It's always the waiting that's the anxious parts. What song would I... I'm not sure if I'm good at singing it or not, actually. The clip... Let's be blunt here. My opinion towards the Game Awards is the same as my opinion towards Grammys and Oscars. I do not take them seriously. I don't care, and I think it is silly for people to care, in my opinion. George 998, it is the right thing to do. It is only right for me to tell you all what my plans are and how long of a break you'll be expecting from me. Chian Tori, I have seen the Video Game Awards when Last of Us Part 2 was nominated, and I very wholly agree with your opinion. Very much so. Oh, okay. Damn it, I keep missing the call. Okay, his call is denied. Hello? Can you hear me?
What?
Hello?
Is Banmin coming through for you guys as well? Is everything working? Could I get a 1 if Banmin is at a good audio level for you guys?
Hello? Talking chairs audience? Armchair experts audience, can you hear me?
Is it coming through? Is it working? Yes? 1? Hey! Okay, everything's working properly.
Splendid.
What a
That's
blessing.
Good. Yeah.
Alright. So, welcome to the stream. A lot of people in my audience have been hyping this one up for a while. We seem to share quite a similar group of people who watch us.
I appreciate armchair experts audience having such a positive impression of me. I'm still not used to all of this, but I appreciate it all the same.
I was going to say, you only started streaming about three weeks ago?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
So, I was talking with Banmin about this a little while before we went live, but it's what you've gone through in terms of going from being a we might as well just get into this head first. For the people who don't know you, in my chat in my stream, I was wondering if you could introduce yourself a little bit.
Okay, I don't even know where to start. Well, first things first is my official name is Shizu Eizoku, but my followers or lurkers just call me Banmin. And the reason why I'm called Banmin is pretty simple, is that in the yesteryears of early to mid 2010s, I started off as a Facebook page. And a lot of my old followers know exactly where I'm from. I started off as a Facebook page that just posts memes and my rants off and on. And the whole idea to being called Banmin is that my page name is of course perma-banned, and all the pages, followers just call them admins for short, for simplicity's sake. So ban, admin, Banmin. So it just stuck for me. And a lot of things changed, years have passed. I mellowed out a lot and went back to getting a lot more strung up again, and then mellowed back down again and strung up again. It just goes all over the place. Eventually I'm here, yapping.
I can see how starting out on Facebook might give you help you develop a unique kind of resilience.
Isn't that the fact? I do remember that there was like a very old Daily Dot article that some journalist wrote about Facebook page admins, and let's just say the Daily Dot article only scraped the surface of what Facebook page admins used to be. Is that some people don't really understand is that although people always consider like Facebook to be like the boomer book and how there's a lot of people who are like stuck in time and all that things, but it's ironic because around the mid to late 2010s, Facebook page admins were like, in my opinion, the source of a lot of like memes and banter. But the thing is that people they see Facebook, they think, oh, it's nothing particularly big. So it's just like hidden beneath the floorboards type of thing.
I would say nowadays, it does seem like a lot of the more active, I suppose, discussions online seem to take place on, well, Twitter rather than Facebook.
Yeah,
I do think that Facebook has developed a bit of a reputation for censoring certain discussions and stuff like that.
Yes, it was not always like this, unfortunately, because one of the things is, I'm sure you all have heard of Filthy Frank. Back during the heyday of
yes.
Filthy Frank, his Facebook page was like the gathering ground of some of the most interesting memes and posts. Let's just put it that way. And during that time, Mark wasn't really as censor heavy as he is now. But undoubtedly now, Facebook is a shadow of its former self, in my opinion, when it comes to what you can post there, what you can talk about there. But it works just as well for me because I don't really want Facebook to be like a high-stress environment for me anymore. I've had my high-stress pass with Facebook a long time ago. I just feel I'm moving on from that. So it works for me either way.
It does, for me at least, because I haven't really I wasn't really very active during that particular phase of Facebook's lifespan. And to me, because when I did start getting quite active as a creator, I started off with YouTube and then went straight to Twitter. So the idea of going to Twitter as a platform for a more relaxing experience, I suppose, sounds a little odd.
Oh, interesting.
But
yeah, for me it's the entire opposite. I go to Twitter primarily because I am expecting to argue with a lot of people right now.
Okay. I see.
I got
Speaking of
personal
arguing,
history.
sorry.
Yeah. No, after you.
Oh no. Please continue.
Speaking of Twitter, I've had my personal history with Twitter in 2017, 2018 before Elon took it over. I tried Twitter before. And let's just say I have been shadow banned and banned from Twitter for merely arguing with a socialist on Twitter. I didn't even say anything offensive. I didn't bring any rules. I didn't say anything offensive. All I just said is something along the lines of, imagine if your principles were applied to other people, and for some reason that was like, suddenly I got banned for like bullying or something like that. Because I tried to explain how his thoughts, his opinions contradicted his stance, and for some reason that was considered bullying. So, fine. I didn't touch Twitter for a long time after that.
I mean, arguing with socialists is always going to be something that I view as good in my book. But yeah, I was going to say, since you bring up getting into arguments with people on Twitter, in my eyes, you've had an arc when it comes to content creation that is very rare, I would say, in VTubing, where you've managed to transition from being a V-tweeter into a full-on VTuber, and you've managed to, in my opinion, you've managed to make that transition with flying colors. You're, well, I mean, not to sound too sycophantic, but your streams have been really nice to tune into. A lot of really quality yapping, which is probably the biggest hurdle that most, in my experience, most V-tweeters tend to falter at when they're trying to become an actual, well, content creator or streamer. So I was gonna ask if you could maybe describe, well, how the transition was for you, because I only know how it looks like from the perspective of someone who's just lurking in the audience. Pun not intended.
Oh well, don't I have a lot of opinions about that? Oh boy. Okay, here's the thing. I will be upfront with you, and I'm a lot of my lurkers, my followers, they know exactly my stance on this, but I never had intentions to go into VTubing. To be very blunt, I had zero intentions of going into VTubing. Is that I have seen a lot of people who claim to be VTubers, and they are mostly English speaking. Actually, all of them are English speaking. And I've seen their behavior all the while trying to profit, make a dime, or just get popular off this little phase. And the thing is that I feel quite put off by it. Not gonna lie, I at first didn't think about VTubing all that much. But I think there was at one point something started changing, is that before I have a Facebook page, I'm sure you already know, is that my Facebook page is quite old, all things considered. When I was around 100k followers on Facebook, one lurker asked me something. He just asked me something. And I was like, would we ever consider VTubing? At first I said no, but I was thinking like, I'm not going to consider VTubing, but I will do something fun. Something that I just felt like doing at the spur of the moment, something fun. And what I did was basically spend a couple of hours just making like a mascot for my page, for my Facebook page. And I've been using that mascot for years now. And eventually things started to go uncontrollable. Let's just say a lot of people started commenting different things from me. I used to get a lot of like people who insult me, people who argue with me. And the moment I got like a page mascot, something started changing. But not enough that it's too jarring, but there was noticeable changes. And so eventually I reached to this part about 2020 to 2021, where of course Hololive EN dropped and a lot of all these so-called EN VTubers started trying to make a name for themselves, and all they do is just end up like posting nonsense on Twitter, starting fights, starting drama, and again it made me very unwilling to go into the VTubing sphere. But as the years pass, so around 2023 to now, I've noticed that the whole EN VTuber starting drama and all that things is starting to mellow down, I guess. And because it will mellow down, I don't even know why. I've seen people started asking me again, should I try VTubing? And I was still a bit hesitant at first. But then let's just say, my personal, I won't discuss anything about my personal life, but let's just say I have received some encouragement, I guess, from my side, from my IRL side, that gave me some encouragement, and some people I know that and care for, they have expressed some kind of like, why don't you give it a try? It seems like you have possibly a flair for it. Why don't you give it a try? And whatever happens, happens. And you know what? The lurkers want me to try it, and people in my life have said, why not just give it a go? So I gave it a go. And the thing is, if I'm going to give it a go, I'm going to give it a go, put in my 100%. I'm going to put in my 100%. And yeah, now 3 weeks after, here I am, kinda. I hope it's not too disjointed, this explanation, but let's just say my adventure has been quite a wild ride, personally.
That's fascinating to think about, because what you just described, at least in my mind, that sounds like almost an inversion of the stereotypical VTweeter development, because you started off as just, well, you from the sound of it, you started shitposting without the intention of gaining clout, then turned yourself into a brand somewhat unintentionally when you invented a mascot for yourself, and then was slowly propelled into this sphere before being encouraged to actually take the plunge through IRL encouragement, as opposed to a lack of things going on IRL, which is the thing that propels most VTweeters from my observation. And now you're here, which is, well, I mean, when you put it that way, would you agree that that's at least a somewhat accurate, I guess? Would that be an assessment of what you just said that you would agree with?
That is a very interesting way to see it, actually. I've really never given much deep thought into it. I think my problem, is that I weigh opinions from people I care about a lot. And I guess, like I say, I do agree. I like to think I didn't care about the reason I chose this type of avenue in a VTuber career is not because of clout or anything like that. It's that I got encouragement. I think if it wasn't for the people around me who say, go, try it, I wouldn't be here right now, I think. So, yeah, you're kind of right.
That's really wholesome. Yeah. That's such a nice change from... Well, not to stereotype too much, but all too often, and I would say this includes my own sort of origin story, so to speak, but very often what you hear about is that VTubers are propelled to start content creating in this sphere because of, they view it as an escape from something that's going on IRL, or because they feel so isolated in real life that they're, the only place where they can think to get some sort of social bond or interaction is by becoming a content creator and a VTuber. So it is nice to hear of one of the rare cases where not only was your entrance into this space kind of, I suppose, consensual is not the right word, but self-propelled, I suppose. But it was also self-propelled by something that wasn't just isolation, loneliness, and possibly chronic illness, which is all too common a story for the people who inhabit this space. But
I'll just add a little bit. Is that I'm not going to insult any specific ENV tubers or whatever, but this is just my opinion on things. But the most important thing, I'm a bit old-fashioned in this way, but I believe in the whole concept of charity begins at home, basically. It is I'm not sure, I'm sure it may not be possible for some, but if it is possible for many, I think that people should take this as a first attempt. But the people around you are the most important. The people around you, the flesh and blood, the one in front of you in the flesh. So it's like family, close friends, the people who know you by your first name. Those are the most important. They are your first avenue of, I would say, gratification and self-actualization. And then anything after that is, in my opinion, secondary. So if you have good people around you in your real life and you bring that mindset when you go online, whether as a VTuber or just a regular poster or even just a YouTuber who shows your face in front of a screen, personally, I think that's a very good step to, I would say, conduct yourself in a way that will not sabotage you in the future. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm just a bit old-fashioned, but I think it's very important to have close people you care about and are happy with before begging people outside of your immediate life and online especially for the affection and the attention that you likely will not ever get, because due to the nature of the internet, everything is there's an inherent arm's length gap when it comes to people on the internet. That's just my opinion. Anyway, back to you.
No, yeah, it's funny that you bring that up because almost accidentally for the past 2 or 3 weeks, there's been a recurring theme in my streams where I've been constantly trying to emphasize to my audience and any other creators that might be watching that if you want to be a successful content creator, if you want to be able to do this consistently without breaking down in front of your audience, the thing that I do think most people need above all is some sort of IRL support network or support system, to not make the mistake of viewing Twitter or their audience as a substitute for having a friend, a family member, a therapist. And what you just described is pretty much, it goes pretty much hand in hand with what I've been talking about for a while. Very often what I see is that, sorry, give me a second. When creators start off, there is this expectation that how do I put this? There's an idiom in Mandarin that my grandmother taught me when I was very young called 从石头跳出来, and it literally translates to leap forth from stone, and it's a reference to the myth of Sun Wukong, how he was a monkey that was born out of stone, and it's usually used to almost in a negative sense to imply that somebody has a lack of roots or a lack of connection or a lack of family before they emerge into the world. And I do think that there is this sort of weird expectation almost that a lot of online content creators have to leap forth from stone, where there isn't a lot of background to who they are. They basically start off in this new space and they have to build themselves up from that. The closest thing that they have to a family is the community that they slowly build up for themselves. And the depressing thing is that I do very often in content creation, there can be this sort of almost this expectation. I keep coming back to that word, but this expectation that the found family of that creator's community will be the only people that they can rely on, especially if their real life circumstances are really hard. And I do often see quite a lot of online content creators neglect building up that real life family, community, support network, etc., even while they are constantly nurturing and growing their online community. So I do feel like it is a little bit underemphasized in terms of importance. Actually, on the note of online communities, it is a little bit of a meme on this channel to refer to the VTubing industry as like one community. But I am curious because you did mention that you were pretty involved, interested in around 20, if I remember correctly, you said 2020 to 2021, that range. Was that right, or?
Oh, absolutely. I have quite a bit of opinions on that, but okay, before I go into the whole talk about the EM VTuber community, I think you made a very, very important point, and I think that is a point that anyone has to keep in mind, regardless of what they do. And especially so content creation. The biggest mistake, personally, I can think of is that you become too personal with your community. And for the lack of a better sugarcoating word, is that your community may be there for you in a way, but it will never, in my opinion, replace the real relationships you make with people in your life. And the problem gets worse because we can see what happens when you go to the extremes of over-relying on an online community or the internet as your source of everything in your personal life. That's how, for instance, the case of Boogie2988, his entire life is out for the internet to see, for better or worse, but mostly for worse. And also, let's say, and in recently another YouTuber I used to follow, Rich from Review Tech USA, his entire life is out for the world to see. And the thing is, these two individuals specifically that comes to my head, they really need to understand what happens in their personal life. They have to resolve it between themselves and the people they love and care for directly. The internet, at the end of the day, are still strangers to you. If they are nice people, they will just ignore you or just say, stop embarrassing yourself. If they are not nice people, they will laugh behind your back, or in the case of Boogie and Review Tech USA, turn you into locals. That is just the truth about the internet. And it's something that I think that people have to be careful about. Because, like I say, secrets, the whole idea of secrets, once you know a secret, it's not a secret anymore. Once people know your personal life, your life is not personal anymore. take care of your personal life. Keep it close to you. That's what's my first opinion about what you said about it, Expert Armchair. And now I suppose I want to move on to the whole VTuber thing, right? Yeah?
Oh yeah, I mean, to add on to what you just said as well, something I have talked about before as well is that when content creators first get started and when they're building up their brand and their online persona, that is created in coordination, in cooperation with their audience. So regardless of what you intend to become when you start making content, the moment you come into contact with an audience that actually wants to stick around, that you would like to become part of your community, that audience and you become locked into a relationship where you end up shaping one another. And the thing is, you pointed out, you used Boogie and Review Tech USA as examples of lolcows, basically where the sort of the relationship between audience and community has become this sort of weird radioactive parody of itself, where the audience is actively converting the creator into a lolcow, and where the creator is allowing themselves to degenerate so that they can continue to beg for money from their audience. And the thing is, one of the things that I wish more creators would be conscious about is how this relationship is very much a two-way street, where, you know, you can ask an audience to stick around and watch you. You can even ask them for money if that is your thing. But whenever you do, you are always going to have to be conscious that your audience is going to be shaping you, and to some degree. So if you open up your entire self to them, well, you open up the risk of having your audience, your online audience, which may be, you know, they may be benevolent, they may not be. You end up opening up the possibility that they will shape a lot more of you than you initially bargained for. And having, yeah, the point that you raised just then, I do feel like it is a bit of an underemphasized point when it comes to content creation. And
Yes,
especially
yes,
in VTubing, because VTubing is
yes.
relatively young as an entertainment industry as well.
Yes, and as the saying goes, you can make claims about who you are, what you are, but at the end of the day, it's the people around you who decide who you are. That's
Yes.
an unmistakable truth. Okay, you want to talk about the VTuber stuff?
Yeah. No, I was curious as to, because I have a feeling that a lot of what you end up talking about when it comes to, you know, VTubing as an industry, a lot of what I've been talking about when it comes to VTubing as an industry, a lot of it might, or just because of the way that the internet works, just because of the way that platforms are built, it tends to be the case that when we talk about something negative, then you know, number go up. But I wanted to ask, what was some of the initial stuff that like drew you into this particular sphere? What was it that initially caught your attention and convinced you that this was a good place to put your time?
I'll be blunt with you. One word. Memes. For the lack of a better explanation, memes, but I'll explain it further. Okay, you know I run a Facebook page, right? Before VTubing was a thing, I was very much so a fan of a game called Toho. I was a fan of everything about Toho. But everything started to like add on and started to change per se when Kizuna Ai dropped. Let's just say that I have made a lot of memes over the years. I made a lot of memes over the years, and a lot of them were centered around Kizuna Ai. And it was basically derivatives of what was one Filthy Frank memes and along that time. But long story short it wasn't like suddenly I was like a fan of VTubers, but I like VTubers because of the personalities that came up that incidentally end up being the core identity of VTubers. So back then, there was like, I would say the 4 big ones. Kizuna Ai, Kaguya Luna, Mirai Akari. Then there is Shiro, yeah. There's Shiro. And there was one more, actually a big 5. There's one more who is one of those very early like VTubers who like use a man who used his voice, but it was a Fox Girl avatar, Camo Mimi. Yeah, those were the OGs, and I watched them off and on. I particularly liked Kizuna Ai and Kaguya Luna, and I made a lot of memes about them on Facebook. Lurkers probably have seen them over the years. And it's very interesting because off and on I dabbled with anything VTubing related, and the moment it kind of like I realized, VTubers are something that I kind of enjoy and I kind of really like watching, was the Kizuna Ai and the Kaguya Luna collab. I think it was like back in 2018, also 2018, 2019. And I suppose my appeal to VTubers was less about the fact that it was like anime avatars interacting with each other, but I think I saw their personalities and I saw their chemistry when they collab, and I just thought, hey, they're fun. Sometimes I like to watch them over watching a YouTuber or a regular streamer. And have I gone off topic?
No.
Okay, that's good.
That's all been very easy to track.
Okay, good. So after that, Hololive started being big. And of course, when Hololive started being big, I started posting memes about Hololive. And after that, I think there was one very big change. I mean, a very, very big change. And there was one specific VTuber that I'm not sure you know, but I'm sure a lot of lurkers know, my followers know. She was like, I think it's the closest to what I might have had as an Oshi. And...
Oh, who's this?
Are you willing to guess? It might not be... You might have heard of her, but she is a bit like a sleeper.
Hololive?
No, it's not Hololive. It is ironically not Hololive.
Huh. And this was one of the
she was
one of the OGs, but this was on the earlier side.
She was on the earlier side. She was like the early-ish to mid. So she was around the time of Coco. She's around Coco's time, basically. Kiryu Coco's time.
But it wasn't Hololive.
You wanna guess? You wanna guess? Or you want me to...
I might be out of my depth here. Because that was before my time. Way before my time.
Oh, but... Oh, wow. You wanna guess or you want me to tell you?
There are people guessing in chat. They're saying Lulu? Pink woman.
Nope. The first one was correct.
Not Lulu.
It is Lulu.
The first one.
Lulu.
Oh, it's Lulu?
Yeah, Suzuhara Lulu. That was just...
Damn.
Yes, she was like the closest I have to like an Oshi, but I don't consider any VTubers to be an Oshi because my whole approach to watching and enjoying VTubers is that I just watch them for the content and the entertainment they provide. I am not a fan of taking things into like a personal relationship because I personally don't find that idea to be particularly jiving with me. But I like Lulu's content and I like her content a lot. And The reason is that it's not really because she's not like bombastic. She doesn't shout a lot. She doesn't do a lot of very ridiculous things, but it's about what she doesn't do that appeals to me. She's soft-spoken and her streams are very focused. But because of how focused she is and how soft-spoken, and also even, I would say, she just very honestly just communicates with the chat, but people make a lot of funny memes about her. Because there's one thing about her that always gets to me. If you have the time, you can search it up. Suzuhara Lunu stare. Basically, her entire shtick is that she just looks in front of the camera with her avatar like this. She just looks and stares at you with like an unblinking eye, and you just feel like people make a whole joke about how she drains people's sanity. That's partially is part of the memes. I like the memes surrounding her, and I also like her as a streamer. Yeah, that's basically my big like entryway into like actually realizing I like VTubers, like VTubing as like a thing I'll watch off and on and make memes about. That's my starting point anyway.
Having memes as a starting point is honestly, I do think that is that has to be a rite of passage in a book somewhere when it comes to joining the VTubing industry. Because, well, actually, how do I put this? What made you decide that? Was it a case? Because this might sound like a stupid question, but was it a case where you sort of were VTuber memes very common around this time, or at least on Facebook, or was it still sort of hitting its stride as a hobby or as a content niche?
Well, I'm going to say that back in 2017 through to late 2018, VTuber memes were like an afterthought. Most of the times, it was less about the fact that there are VTuber memes and more of the fact that there is a novelty of an anime avatar posting on YouTube. That was like the main thing. And only around like 2019 onwards, that when VTuber, the idea of a VTuber specific memes have really started to catch on. So basically, what I did last time personally is that on Facebook, my memes just involve VTubers, and they were like derivative memes of like very popular back then memes like Filthy Frank and iDubbbz and Maxmo for all those type of things, because back then those were still like the big thing, Filthy Frank memes, and honestly they're still kind of in a way. Filthy Frank's a bit timeless that kind of way, but they started off as derivatives, in my opinion. VTuber memes started off as derivatives of YouTuber memes. Then after VTubers started to take their strides in 2019 and 2020, that's when they started branching off, especially so when Clippers started to get involved. Clippers were a very big, undeniable link between VTubing, which was at that time an exclusively Japanese thing, to the rest of the internet. The English-speaking internet. So, does that answer your question?
Oh yeah. Thinking about VTubing in that early stage, pretty much devoid of all of the things that nowadays we would take for granted as being like parts of the VTubing industry, it's such a, for me at least, it's a very well, not strange, but really different thing to imagine.
Yeah, everything starts somewhere. So One thing is for certain is that before VTuber memes, there were memes that involve VTubers. Think about it that way. They are derivatives of memes that already exist, basically. And
Would you
clippers.
say that in that? Oh, sorry.
Continue.
I was just gonna ask. Would you say that in that case, clippers were the thing that catalyzed VTubers moving away from just being viewed as a sort of spreading as more than just a derivative kind of content niche then?
I wouldn't claim to be an expert on VTubing, but I do, in my opinion, believe that clippers are instrumental because clippers, like them or not, and they are very valuable because they are the bridge for translations. Lost in translation is a very big gap in almost anything. And the fact is, if we do not understand what VTubers say, they will not have as much of an cultural impact as they do right now. And so I personally appreciate what clippers do, and especially the early clippers, because I remember back then during 2018 when Kizuna Ai, she was like the big VTuber back then. Kizuna Ai and Kaguya Luna will release their videos, and the unfortunate thing is most of the times back in the early days of VTubing, it is very hard to keep track of what they say. At that time, of course, they speak Japanese, and not everyone knows Japanese, and the inbuilt YouTube translations may or may not give you what you need. Most of the times they don't. So you will notice. For me, I noticed, let's say, there's a Kizuna Ai video that came out, and it's untranslated. So it's like, her views were like 100k, give or take, 100k, 200k, give or take. But the moment, like, people started noticing, okay, this video has now been translated. You can see her videos like bump up close to 500k and all that, 400k, 500k. So, it's undeniable, in my opinion, that being able to understand something is the first step to making them spread. Again, memes. If you understand them, it will spread. If you understand and appreciate them, it will spread. If you don't understand them or it completely flies over your head, you'll just stay in silence.
When you bring up translation like that, I do feel like yeah, for sure. One of the parts of I do feel like one of the parts of clipping nowadays, which is, well, I mean, it's so ingrained that I don't know if people talk about this as much, but something I've always appreciated when I'm watching clippers is the way that they subtitle the clips. All the little conventions that have sort of been built up over the years when it comes to, for example, what fonts to use, finding good colors for the text that makes it contrast against the background, the little animations that each clipper kind of sort of develops as a sort of signature when it comes to the way that they edit their clips. There's so much room for personality in the way that clippers make their stuff, not just when it comes to showing off the talent, what they do, etc., but also in terms of the clipper being able to insert their own bits of personality in there. One of the first collabs that I did on this channel was with a Face Connect clipper called Random VTuber Edits, and the guy basically went from basically, like, no YouTube presence whatsoever to building up a clipping channel for Jelly Hoshiumi, and is now currently being employed by her. So that's like the ideal life cycle for a clipper, in my opinion. But you also have and they always build up like these little like things that they do. For example, another clipper that I watch, Reva's channel, who clips Fuomoko a lot. He always adds in these little like ending animations or jokes that it's just a like really nice touch. So when you were talking about VTubing as an industry evolving because of Clipper intervention, I also feel like the evolution of watching how people put together clips as its own sort of content niche has been fascinating to watch as well. Actually, in the same vein, on the topic of the VTubing industry growing and evolving, oh, this might be our first sort of quote unquote controversial topic of the night, but actually, in your opinion, how would you say, or what is your assessment of the way that VTubing as an industry has sort of grown and expanded when you compare it to its early days in 2017, 2018, that era?
Oh boy. I will just give out. There is a lot that I might have an opinion on, but maybe I will try and start off like very simple, very simple. I could split it up into timelines. So of course I'll start off with like 2017 through to 2019, when like VTubing was like just something very novel and something very new. And I felt that I was of the opinion that maybe I was being naive back then, but that's just my opinion. But I felt like it would be great that VTubing gets more recognition and people following it on a global scale. Maybe that's just my naive thought coming true, but that was part of the reasons why I made a whole lot of derivative memes on my Facebook page involving VTubers. I don't know if I can actually show you on stream, but maybe it's one day I can show you on stream. If you send it over the
Discord, I can add it I could add it to the OBS.
Oh yeah. Yes. Let me see if I can find one actually. There was one that I made that was like quite some time ago. I wonder if I can still find it. Let me see.
We're doing meme archaeology, chat.
This was one of my earliest memes that I made. It was a very funny edit. It is during the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures craze. Let's see.
Oh. let me download it and add it onto OBS.
And let me open it up for the lurkers to see. Or maybe I'll see whether I can set it up. Let me see. I'm going to open this. There is a lot I've made over the years, actually.
Oh.
That's just one of them. Because this was like a running gag when Kizuna Ai was like the main VTuber. She was basically, her entire lore was that she was like an AI given personality. So I just started making memes about her being Skynet, trying to control the human population through being a very popular YouTuber. And that was hilarious. Well, it was hilarious to me. I'm not sure how. It probably was cringe to some people, but it was funny to me.
That's all that matters, though.
Yeah, that's all that matters nowadays. And I think, personally, people should not care so much what other people think about the memes they make. If they enjoy what they make, just make it as long as it harms nobody. If someone's cringe is another person's enjoyable, in my opinion.
True. Very true.
Let's see what else. But anyway, I'll just keep talking while I keep looking for some odd memes. But back then, like I say, I was quite welcome to the idea of VTubing being a more global type of sensation. And understandably, and as we all can see, it has become a global sensation, especially when things started to pick up, and there were more English translations for VTuber videos. And of course, Hololive and Niji Sanji really like broke through the walls, and it started picking off steam back in like 2020 onwards. And of course, that specific incident that resulted in all of us being stuck at home, that really added to the whole increased popularity of VTubers. And so, around 2020, I have seen, because of the incidents that has happened, I will not name the specific incident, but it was the incident that resulted in all of us staying at home and not being able to go out. Yep.
Yes.
And things have started to become politics have started to become very, very serious. Let's just say, I have been watching like American politics back in like the mid to late 2020s. And the thing is, a lot of people, especially Babjor, they will want to sweep it under the rug. But they know what they have done. They know what they have supported. And I remember. And that's the thing. And because of that, and also a lot of things happen along the side that is not directly relevant to VTubing, but it is relevant because it can flow over to VTubing. And one of that things was Sony. Sony, for instance, Sony was like the test case of what happens when you move a Japanese business headquarters into like California and America, a very mature American state, and you see how it affects that specific Japanese business down to a fundamental level. And around that time, I started to get a bit on guard. Because I have seen like at that time, US, America was like getting very, very babjaw in the way they behave, their cultural, the mindset, everything, and it started to worry me. And I saw what has happened to Sony as a result. They have gone so bad as to cancel all of their Japanese studios. They have started to impose so much restrictive regulations against Japanese game developers, such as forcing them to communicate with Sony in English. And I've seen an interview from one of the Japanese game devs. They say, "Can you speak Japanese?" Yeah, Sony is a Japanese company. Why do you want us to report in English? There were a lot of all these signs. And of course, around 2020, all the big news of Sony censoring a whole lot of Japanese games, anime, manga, what have you. And that made me worried. And then back in 2020, the news of Hololive EN started to break. Now, if that news came out in like 2018 or 2017, I was like, oh, that's pretty exciting, that's interesting, it'd be fun. But the problem is it came out in 2020. And I got very like worried. I was worried because I have seen what happens when Japanese things or anything Asian for that matter, try and appeal to a Western audience and a global audience. And I was worried. Thankfully for Hololive's case, Hololive EN by itself was good. I have zero complaints about anyone from Hololive EN, not even a single one. And I am really heartened and relieved to see that till now Hololive EN is strong, and they know exactly what their audience are, what they love, what they like, what they value. And there's no short amount of praise given to Yago, honestly. He's a good CEO from my own understanding of him. And honestly, I hope he runs Hololive for as long as he can, runs cover for as long as he can. Yep, that's
I'm
my
sure
opinion.
Fans and talents will agree with you as well on that one. But yeah, I mean, Hololive EN has been very impressive in terms of setting the standard for professionalism in VTubing, especially in the EN sphere. And they have managed to keep it very... there's been a very solid, I suppose, barrier against real life politics, culture war stuff. You know, between that and Holo EN, which I do find to be very respectable, considering how much those topics tend to infiltrate EN VTubing as a whole. Actually, in that vein, I was recently asked this question, which is quite simple, but I do think it's quite fascinating to think about. But when it comes to VTubing, especially EN VTubing as an industry, as a space, if there was one thing that you could change about it, what would you change?
Oh boy, that is actually quite a hard question. Actually, there are because it's a hard question not because it's a hard question not because I don't have any opinions on it. It's a hard question because I have a little too many opinions about it. It's that I don't even know what to begin to change if I had hypothetically that much power. But if there is one thing that I would change, and it's probably going to sound stupid, but it's going to be what I think has to be, is that I'm going to sound a little authoritarian, but I'm going to say it anyway. If anyone even remotely contemplates to commission a VTuber avatar, I would like them to go through a lie detector. I would like them to go through a lie detector because here's the thing, my opinion about the VTubers who make it big. There is one thing that is consistent amongst all of them. All of them. The VTubers that I have respect for, the VTubers that many people have respect for, there is one thing that all of them have as a baseline. Authenticity. Being real. Being genuine to what they are and what they are doing. So, I suppose if there really is one thing I would like to see is that people who go into this, they go into this with clear conscience, authentically. But of course, that's an ideal world. It'll never happen, I'm pretty sure.
Getting people to be honest about their reasons for becoming content creators is quite a... maybe 1 or 2 years ago, if someone were to come up to me and ask, oh, do you think getting people to be honest about their reasons for starting content creation is a difficult thing, I might have said no. But nowadays, having been in this space for as long as I have, as with the degree of involvement that I have, I would now have probably I've changed my answer to, yeah, it does seem to be quite difficult to get people to be very open and honest about themselves, the reason why they're doing what they're doing. And that's especially the case. I do feel like that's maybe it's not especially the case in VTubing, but it is certainly very prevalent in VTubing where, and I'm no exception to this rule, a lot of the reasons behind why people start making content in this space tend to be a little depressing, as we've talked about like right at the beginning of this stream.
Undoubtedly,
and
I guess.
Trying to get people to say, yeah, like, I became a VTuber because I was lonely, or because I want validation. I didn't get enough attention when I was a kid, etc., etc. They're all very depressing reasons to say out loud and admit to and wear on your sleeve. Or even something like, oh, I became a VTuber because I had too much spite to hold inside me without making something out of it. As is the reason that I've given to my audience in the past. But in terms of reasons for... Well, not even that, but from the sounds of it, would it be fair to say that one of your pet peeves when it comes to VTubers, or some pet peeves when it comes to VTubing as a space, is lack of authenticity?
I will say that my pet peeve with VTubing is not just regarding VTubing, but is as a whole. As a whole, all kinds of internet like interactions. This is a very strong pet peeve that I always have. It's boiled down to two words, and I'm sure lurkers already know what I'm talking about. Two-face. I hate two-face. There's very few things that annoy me and grind my gears than seeing someone blatantly being a two-face. And that is most of the times, it's always something. Being a two-face is always going to get a reaction out of me. I am not going to be afraid to admit that. Here's the thing. I don't know. Yeah, I'd probably honest. I won't explain why, but I have a very particular dislike at people who say one thing and act another way completely. And this is like my personal experience. I spoke to like someone I know, and he had this teacher. And it was a teacher when he was young, and the teacher would lecture all about how terrible smoking is, how terrible cigarettes are, and you should never ever ever smoke. And there was one time around recess, this individual I know, he saw the exact same teacher smoking. He was like sitting one side smoking. He wasn't even pretending to hide it from the teacher. So he asked, "Why are you smoking, teacher?" And he said one word that really struck to me. "Do as I say, not as I do." That whole idea really just, it really just riled me off in every single way possible. So, like I say, this is the problem that I have, not just with, but for the sake of being relevant, VTubing, I really dislike two faces. Personally, I will work my hardest to follow the things that I claim to say. My hardest, I'm human, but I will do my darndest to make sure I follow it. But if I have something in my head, I will say it to your face. If I have something that I believe in, if let's say I change my mind on something that like a full 180 of what I believe in the past, I will tell you upfront that my mind has changed. I won't pretend that I am still A when I'm actually B. If my A has turned into a B, I will tell you that in my mind, the A has become a B, and from now on is a B. So that is something that I have seen that really riles me up when I see VTubers in these circumstances. They are saying one thing, but they're doing the complete opposite. And they're like in the span of like a couple of hours sometimes, and it really just riles me up. And I'm not going to name names, but I made a stream 2 weeks ago talking about one specific EN VTuber who like went very up in arms, virtue signaling about specific VTuber avatars. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right, Armchair?
Specific VTuber avatars?
Oh, very specific kind of VTuber avatars. The ones that get you banned on Twitch.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're referring to.
Exactly. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not going to name any names, but it is something that happened, and I'm going to relay to you without naming names. So this EN VTuber tried to clout farm. trying to virtue signal about loosely, quote unquote, what she said. These VTubers with these very specific VTuber avatars should not be welcomed into the VTuber community. That was what she said loosely, okay? And she started a flame war over it, and she started replying to every person who would say, come on, it's just someone's VTuber avatar. You're not harming anyone, and you're just starting beef, you're just starting drama, you're starting a harassment campaign with your own followers against a specific VTuber. Come on. So she responded with like a lot of passive aggressive, a lot of like accusing people of being a specific type of bad person for even disagreeing with her. And there were two things that came out with this specific VTuber that really riled me up. The first one is that when someone talked about the fact that a lot of HoloLive VTubers, a lot of big name VTubers in HoloLive and Nijisaji everywhere, the big names, they don't mind this type of VTuber, this type of model designs, and they don't mind this type of fictional content. And then she came out and say, "Hey, I don't even like VTube. I don't even like watching VTubers anyway, so I don't care." That was what she said. I saw her tweet those out, and I even had screen caps of what she did. She said, in no uncertain terms, I don't even watch VTubers. So that was one point. And the second point, I have a mutual. I've another VTuber, a largest VTuber. Again, I won't name names, but you can search her up if you want, but we are fine. But she has a very specific kind of avatar. The kind of avatar that this unnamed VTuber was virtue signaling against, okay? And here's the thing. This VTuber mutual of mine, she found out that this virtue signaling VTuber follows her. She follows her.
Okay.
So again, it goes back to my saying, do as I say, not as I do. It was obvious because the thing is, it's even funnier because this VTuber mutual of mine is that she also, the mutual, follows this virtue signaling VTuber as well. So it implies that at some point in time they were both friendly with each other. And the thing is, the virtue signaling VTuber is a smaller VTuber, it's like few thousand followers, and this one, my mutual, was like 20k on Twitter. So one of the things this virtue signaling VTuber said was that I don't care how big you are, if you have this avatar, I am disgusted by you and I won't ever follow you. And there it was, a screen cap of her red-handed following this mutual of mine because she had a larger following than her. So that really angered me. Let's just say that.
That's such a backhanded thing when you put it into context like that. That particular line about, oh, I don't care about how big you are, if you have a funny 4-letter model, then you're a horrible person. Damn.
It's not my words. She said it herself. She typed those out. No one forced her to type it out.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's... I 100% understand why you will often have audiences that instantly check out the moment that they pick up on that kind of hypocrisy. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're all busy. Like none of us have time for that, sorting through that kind of stuff. But also, I mean, one of the things that one of the many things that I wish I could just snap my fingers and instantly implant into the heads of every single VTuber is the idea that drama is not content if you are the one manufacturing the drama. It's just drama. I've said this before, but if you are ever short of content and you want to make drama your content, it is one thing to go out scouring the internet for things to talk about, and then you can talk about it in whatever way you like, add whatever commentary you choose in whatever style you opt for. But if you go out of your way to act disagreeable, be a hypocrite, flaunt your virtue, or at least attempt to in whatever sorry fashion you choose in front of people, wave it in their faces, then you've essentially pigeonholed yourself into being something that people blindly shriek in favor for, or simply look down their nose at. And at the end of the day, what I almost always find is that the number of people in the latter group is far larger than the people in the former group. So, if you are going to start, you know, if you think, even consider the idea of starting drama with either another creator or another genre of creator, don't. It will not end well for you. Because every single time you get a little bit of initial engagement, you might even get a lot of it, but it's not going to last, because your only way of keeping that engagement sustained is pulling the same trick over and over, and every time you do it, it becomes more and more obvious as to what you're doing. So don't go for the don't just attack other creators. It's just it's not a, you know, if your goal is to shitfling, that's not something I would advise, especially not over something like the fact that they just use a particular model that has been part of VTubing since its inception. That's just a quick way of flagging yourself as a tourist that knows nothing and cares for nothing in this space. Oh, sorry.
So
yeah,
I saw Azihara clip this chat you have with another YouTuber as well, and
Proctor.
I've blushed. I think that is a very important point, because at the end of the day, the entire idea of all attention is good attention is a myth. It is undeniably a myth.
Oh, I wish I could kill that slogan from. I wish I could surgically remove it from people's minds. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
You people misunderstand this, but very, very strongly. There is such thing as good publicity and bad publicity. We can see how it happens. We can see exactly how it happens. And if you think getting bad publicity is your secret recipe to your 15 minutes of fame, you're gonna regret it for a very, very long time. And we have a lot of evidence. It's not just even my opinion or Armchair's opinion. You want to start drama, or you want to try and get famous over something negative, it's going to bite you back hard. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It might be 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Eventually, it will come back towards you. Because, in my opinion, I believe in something called karma. I believe in karma very, very wholeheartedly.
Same.
Anyway,
I mean, the internet has a very cold and dispassionate way of preserving everything you put onto it. So if you say something that, you know, goes against what you would like to become, when you actually do manage to complete the transformation into your ideal self, at least, you know, you will always have to face that landmine you've buried in your own backyard. I've used this example before, but Camila, who is, in my opinion, an absolute gem of a creator now, when she went through her, I think 66.6k follower celebration on Twitter, the fact that, you know, when she was a much smaller creator early on in her career, when she tried to start shit with Shondo for no good reason, the fact that that came back up to haunt her, I don't think you can ask for better or for worse, I don't think you can ask for a better illustration of why that style of content, even though appealing when you're small, is a very bad idea. Because when you get big, doing something that, you know, does fit what you would like to do for content, does fit your ideal self as a creator, as a person, that will probably be dredged up by people who dislike you for various reasons. Some more valid than others, admittedly, but it will be dredged up nonetheless. Because, I mean, that's what the internet does. It preserves things.
Maybe I'll add on to that.
Sorry.
I'll just add a bit on to that, okay? My word of advice is that if I'm sure each and every one of us who have ever used the internet might have at one point or another done something that in our current time we'll probably regret. There is no denying everything. Everyone is human, and what I do suggest is that when something comes up to you, you have made a mistake, although it's regrettable, you have to own it. It's unfortunate that things happen the way they did, but the only way you can move on from it is that you owned it and express the sincerity of your regret for something that you might have done wrong in the past. Again,
one of the things that... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, again, people, even though the internet is forever, and even though internet can be a very brutal place at times, one thing that has been consistent, and is also consistent in human behavior, and especially so on the internet, is that people respect sincerity. People respect authenticity. People, at the end of the day, if you are honest with yourself and you are honest with expressing regrets on things that you actually do regret, people will accept it and they will allow you to move on. That is something that, if I can offer any advice, if people care for my advice, actually appreciates. Never sweep anything under the rug. Don't sweep anything under the rug. Because that will just make it worse. If you've done a mistake and people are calling you out for it, if it is true, admit it. And if it's not you anymore, just keep working from that point onwards. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward until people realize, oh, you are not the person you used to be back then. Okay, that's fine. Me are willing to move on. That is an important thing to, I would say, rise up from the ashes of your past mistakes.
My personal theory as to that is that people have an innate and inherent respect for risk-taking, or the ability to take risks, to face danger of some sort, any sort, and, you know, do it with a strong, confident manner. And when you own up to your past actions and mistakes, when you are actually capable of saying, yep, I fucked up, I was wrong, you know, etc., etc., I feel like that is a very good way of gaining that level of respect from just people in general. And I want to say that, you know, when I bring up Camila, it's not just because of the fact that she is a very convenient example of somebody making that mistake, but also a very great example of somebody recovering from it as well. because
Yeah, I saw the tweets.
Camila
I
took
did
a
see her
massive,
tweets.
yeah,
I saw
she
the
took a
tweets.
massive risk when she was apologizing. Yeah.
Saw the tweets, and to be honest, I appreciate that she has changed her mind genuinely and legitimately from what was her original mindset. And I also do appreciate that she just laid everything bare. That is something that,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, there is one word that I always love using, actually. There's one word I always love using, and because it really applies to me personally from my own personal history, but there's one word. It is infinitely better to listen to the ugliest truth than to listen to the most beautiful lie. That is and I feel that it is very important. If you want to mend something with someone, honesty is number one. Lying is just making it worse.
Amen. And yeah, the thing that I was going to say about Camila's example in particular was that she was very honest about, I didn't know shit, I was just a tourist, I know better now, I fucked up. And then the thing that, well, I understand if, what she did early on in her career was enough to make you feel like you don't really want to watch her now, but personally, the thing that really got me to view that apology as being sincere was the fact that she took the risk of not making it some sort of vague general apology aimed at a nebulous audience, but she actually addressed it specifically to Shondo. And again, it was entirely within Shondo's right to just say, yeah, fuck off, whatever, I don't accept your apology, or to just ignore it in general. But the fact that, Shondo saw it as well, and that Shondo, responded by forgiving Camila, that was probably, in my opinion, hands down one of the most wholesome moments that I have seen in EN VTubing this year, if not, last few years. But it's always nice when you can see, this kind of thing happening with creators being honest when they fucked up, and then actually opening up a road to redemption for themselves in real time. But yeah, I mean, other examples of this happening, well, that being said, right, when people do get shit en masse on social media for certain things that they've done, it's not always for a good reason, I would say. Because, with Camila, it was kind of understandable as to why people were upset. But with other examples, actually, one thing that I wanted to bring up with you, Banmin, and this is a pattern of behavior that I've observed that kind of annoys me. I have a feeling that you might have similar thoughts on it. But how do I say this? It has happened more than once where there have been instances of a single VTuber or a small group of VTubers doing something that might be might be considered socially unacceptable, right? This, whether it's like saying specific slurs or whatever, as a very distasteful joke on stream. And then there will be creators or commentators that latch onto that and use that as an excuse. Yeah, pearl clutching, essentially. They'll latch onto that and they'll use that as an excuse to call the entirety of the VTubing industry racist. Like, with no distinction, just a blanket generalization. And every time I see that, it's always something that kind of, it very much irritates me. Because not only is the pearl clutching very performative, but to make that generalization is just something that I find to be generally insulting. I mean, I put up the image of Shizzy, or the God, because this was something that he did early on in this year. In fact, it's one of the reasons why my channel exists. It's a weird thing to think about, but I probably, you know, that stream that I did about Shizzy's quote unquote call out video was one of the reasons why the channel kind of, you know, became what it is now. But yeah, I was going to say, in your experience, do you feel like this has become perhaps a bit more frequent nowadays than it was previously, when VTubing was still developing and stuff?
Okay, there's quite a lot of things to unpack on that specific topic. Is that
Fair.
Yeah, I'll start with a little bit of something that I have personally been a little bit less than perfect on. I mean, I'm flawed, but I've been particularly flawed on this specific topic. I find it a little bit relatable per se, because, believe it or not, I've also been kinda, a bit of a confession, I've also been kinda like that, in a way. But it's not regarding VTubers, but it's regarding, I would say, back in 2021, with Americans. Okay? And a lot of my lurkers probably know this, but back in 2021, I have been particularly harsh when I talk about American politics, American sociopolitics, and I keep talking about, there was one word I keep using, and I can't say I'm pulling back on those words too much, but I've realized I have gone a bit harsh, is that there was one phrase I kept using whenever something stupid or terrible happens in the US that flows over to the rest of the world. And it was a very simple word. You get what you voted for.
Oh.
Yeah. I always use that word to my lurkers a lot. And especially a lot of my American lurkers. And suffice to say, I have made some people who have been very, very angry with me over my remarks like that. And I have been particularly harsh. I will not refuse that at all. I have been very harsh when I talk about Americans back in 2021 and 2022. And for that, I'm a bit rambling, but I'll get back to your topic. Okay, Armchair? I'm just rambling a bit. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. I've been particularly harsh, and a lot of even the lurkers who really like me, I think, like me as in appreciate my opinions, they think I've really gone overboard. And before that, I did not believe that at all. But with time, yes, one of my lurkers said I have friendly fired a lot of times. I have friendly fired a lot of times. There is no refuting that. The thing is, it is oftentimes quite tempting to overgeneralize. There is no denying that. But I guess the key thing is, if you realize eventually that you have gone overboard, and you have really gone overboard, you realize it has been a mistake and some things have to make a turn for the better, you should have the shame to apologize. You should have the shame to say that you were wrong. And in that specific case, I will admit, I have admitted it also on Twitter. I've also admitted it on Facebook at multiple occasions. I have overgeneralized certain things back in 2021 and 2022. And moving on to this whole part. So with that, on one hand, I can understand some generalizations because, let's face it, because there's certain things that I'm sure we all understand. There's like the vocal minority. Have you heard that phrase, Armchair? The vocal
Yes.
minority. And the problem is sometimes the vocal minority is so effective and so very, very obnoxious that they can very thoroughly misrepresent an entire community just from their own actions. Very, very thoroughly. And that is an issue, undeniable, that part of the VTubing well, I won't say VTubing community, but some VTubers, and if they know, they know, but some VTubers have created some, like, a bit of a impression on some others. And that being said, it is undeniable that is a very small minority in this case of VTubers. And let's talk about this Visex guy. This Visex guy is, oh my god, I was also there when I saw it all happen as well. It is, oh my god, thinking about what happened, what he did was quite something. It's not even, he's a whole different situation. It's a whole different situation from like a regular generalization. It is outright lying about VTubers. He's outright lying. The thing about, so he talks about all that, he brought up all those, like the old GTA 5 stuff, remember back in the early days of VTubing, the whole GTA. He uses that because that time I refuse to accept that he does not know, but those were during the early days, the reasonably early days of VTubing, when it hasn't really gotten to the overseas, gone global yet. So it's like pre-Hololive EN, pre-Niji Sanji EN. So there was a degree of loss in translation, and every single stream VTuber who made those clips, who generated those clips, they were Japanese. They wouldn't know. And there are a lot of Asian words that sound exactly like that word.
Yep.
And if you had...
Sorry.
Yeah. If you had a
I was
semblance
gonna
of
say,
even...
Nothing pisses me off. Oh, sorry.
Yes, okay. I'll just finish this last line and then you can go back to you. There is...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. There is a baseline. There should have been a baseline honesty and forthrightness that this Visex guy should have done. He should have understood it. It's very obvious. It's very easy. You just go to all YouTube videos and find exactly the context by which all of these words and clips were generated. But he did not. To him, it was a method for clout. So, I think Visex in this case was worse, in my opinion. I mean, it is bad when people genuinely overgeneralize because they feel strongly about it, honestly. They just made a mistake by overgeneralizing. But it's a whole different can of worms, and worse if you are purposely overgeneralizing as a means to gain clout. And that was what this Visex guy did.
Yeah, the thing that made it very detestable was that you could very easily tell that there was this underlying tone of narcissistic resentment throughout the entirety of his call-out post, where it was this combination of maliciously going out of his way to assume the worst, because again, like you said, right, the GTA clips in particular are simply because Japanese people who don't speak English, have no reason to speak English or know English, said a word that was embedded into a cultural export that they were consuming on stream. If you're going to be angry at them for saying the N-word because it's put into GTA 5 or whatever version of GTA they were playing, you might as well be angry at the game for including the N-word in the first place. There is this ignorance of the fact that if you include something in a cultural export, it's going to be consumed, repeated, used outside of the context that you originally expected it in. And the second thing is something I do find to be a very tired trope on the internet is, and ironically, this is going to be me making a little bit of a generalization here. African American content creators putting on this song and dance about pearl clutching and acting in disbelief whenever they hear a word in a completely different language that sounds even phonetically similar to the N-word, like nigai or nega, and just freaking out over it on camera for a bit. And I mean, yeah, sure, it was probably it's funny like 1 or 2 times, but after that it gets old real quick. And what Visex did was basically that, but intentionally and constantly. So it got old. It got old really, really quickly within the span of the same video that he was putting out. But this, I guess the thing that really annoys me is it's a combination of the pearl clutching, but also the narcissism of it. This idea that, oh, you know, I have a right not to be offended even though my language and yours are completely different, and I have no clue what you are saying in your language, and I've never bothered to study it before, you know, making hay out of the fact that you've said a certain combination of sounds that I find to be offensive. And in general, I mean, I could have an entire rant about how pointless it is to get angry at the use of a word when said word is used outside of a context and without an intention that would give it its usual venom. But I mean, that's a whole entire other topic. But in general, the pearl clutching from Visex was just, it was probably one of the most picture perfect examples of a bad tourist swaggering into this industry and trying to carve out a niche for themselves by pointing in all directions and claiming that they had a right to be there because they made it up in their heads that they were victimized somehow.
I've got my own. Yeah. On Visex, one last thing. It has become apparent, not just according to me, but a lot of people online, that he's going to this whole VTubing shtick to promote his own little music career. And it was all that is to him. He started all this drama just for a music career. But of course, it didn't really pan out till now. And also adding on to your talk, there's another incident as well that is still very fresh in my head. You know EA? You know Apex Legends? Yes. That was back in 2020. EA Apex Legends released a horror event. I'm not sure an event, some kind of announcement, some kind of social media post about Stop Asian Hate. Remember that? You probably don't, but I remember that. And everyone going, and not too long after, EA banned a few Japanese players on Apex Legends for saying run in Japanese.
Yep.
Exactly that. So, what I will say, to add on to your point, what annoys me even more than the pearl clutching and the fake outrage is the entire idea, in my opinion, that Western American values have to somehow be applied to every single culture and every single values, and every single culture plays second fiddle to the primary American values. that everyone globally has to be obligated to understand every single intricacy of every socio-political or cultural word, phrase, or themes in America, or else they are bigots, they are racist, or whatever. I find that to be, ironically, the most, for the lack of a better term, culture colonialism. It is very hard for me to not see it that way. It was very, very bad in 2021 to 2024. I just hope it won't get any worse now that the elections are over. Because
I think that's part of...
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Continue, just continue. Yeah, just continue.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, that's also something that kind of, I suppose, that's something that irritates me as well, especially when it comes to people calling the entirety of VTubing as an industry racist, because, like, you know, how do I put this in a delicate manner? Very often a justification used in order to call VTubing as an entire industry racist is this idea of representation, right? This idea that there are certain groups, and to be explicit, this seems to be especially the case when it comes to African Americans or African American creators. There seems to be a trend where not all of them, not even most of them, but a loud minority will use the lack of representation among African Americans in VTubing to claim that somehow the entirety of the industry is racist. And this is something that Shizzy tried to say in his video as well. But this seems to be the thing that always struck me as being kind of, I suppose, baffling about that particular claim is, first, it assumes that representation is a value that should be held by all cultures equally, which is made doubly, stupefying when you consider the fact that VTubing did not originate in America. VTubing is a global industry that originated from Japan. It has no reason to pursue representation as an industry, because it has no reason to assume that that is a value that is important, because again, it doesn't come from America. It doesn't have it doesn't have the same cultural, historic, social baggage that comes with American culture, history, and society. And as a result of that, if the industry lacks representation and you want to fix that, well, just operate in that industry. And one of the things that I do find to be quite perplexing is that with VTubing, the whole point, one of the reasons why that disconnect between that insistence on representation and VTubing seems so dissonant in my mind is that the whole point of VTubing as a medium, or at least one of the main foundations of VTubing as a medium, is the idea that who you are online does not need to be tied to who you are in real life. So if you want to make it all about what you're like in real life, and you want to push that onto VTubing as an industry, as a medium, it just seems to be very, how do I say,
counterproductive.
Yeah, exactly. It just seems to be counterproductive. Like trying to use a hammer for surgery, or trying to use a spade as a toothbrush. It just doesn't it's just not a great. It just doesn't seem to be the kind of tool, medium, or space that you would want to use for the purposes of representation. Because
if you want to, Yeah, if you
I was
want,
gonna say, if your idea
yeah.
of representation is so tied to what you're like in real life, and you want to bring that into VTubing, then I'm sorry, but you know that's just
Just
an
show your
American
face to a
thing. And you
camera.
can, yeah, exactly. Just be a face cam streamer, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, actually that's the exact point I want. You actually, I wanted to add to that point, but you already said that point to me. The whole idea is representation is when you are willing to take the jump into and actually do it. Exactly that is exactly my point. And funny enough, when Kelly released a song Off With Your Heads, she also made this point in a more indirect way. If you have a problem with something and you feel something is insufficient or not or lacking in any way, you'll be the addition. There is no point in you complaining about something and then accuse an entire group, an entire industry, or an entire hobby of being not accepting when you didn't even put in even baseline amount of work to actually add to it. People will always mind their own business, and if you want a new business to be created, you'll be the new business. Exactly what you said, Armchair.
Yeah. Actually, to put it in another, I suppose this builds onto another point, which is that I do feel like in the West, one of the largest problems when it comes to values that are pushed by our governments, our mainstream media, and that have kind of embedded themselves into our culture, especially among people who've been through academia, university, tertiary education, is this idea that representation is important, but the only way that people can think of to get representation is this notion of inclusivity. The oversimplification of representation to just inclusivity has been something that I view as an obstacle that a lot of people end up failing to overcome without even recognizing it, where they go into a space with an expectation that there will be a spot opened up for them, either by the people who control that space, or, you know, I say control in quotation marks and very much stretching the meaning of the word, or, you know, a space that will be set up to include them because there are other people similar to them that already occupy that space, right? Essentially, both of them are built on the idea that you will be included because there will be a space for you that has been set aside for you by others. Very rarely do I hear about representation in the sense that you become your own. You go out there and in the words that you just said, right? Like, be the change you want to see, right? Very little do I hear people saying that, oh, okay, if you have something you want to achieve, you know, don't wait for it to be achieved by someone who is like you. Go out and achieve it yourself, right? That goals can be achieved by you, not just by someone like you. Especially when it comes to content creation as well, with how low the barrier to entry is, it really isn't that difficult to simply make something. Now, whether you get, you know, success by any of the metrics that you commonly look at, numbers, money, whatever, clout, that's a different matter. But simply making something is enough to get your foot in the door if what you want is to be represented in a space. Yeah, a leap of, yeah, good. Ayane in chat, thanks for putting that phrase in there. Yeah, a leap of faith, right? Don't sort of wait around for other people who look like you, share the same sexuality, share the same gender identity, to carve out a niche for themselves collectively in a space before taking the leap to do something yourself. Just do it. And if you don't do it and you sit around and other people who share your traits aren't carving out a niche for you, don't then point fingers at everybody else, make gross generalizations and say that everybody else is exclusive or, well, excluding you in particular, because that's not how it works. And it's a degree of, I suppose, impotence combined with arrogance that just comes across very irritating to me in particular, I suppose. Yeah, like the Shia LaBeouf line, just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams, just do it. But yeah. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a rant there.
Understandable. It's completely understandable. I'm hesitant to be a little harsher on that specific term that you said about the creation of fake inclusivity to manufacture representation. I will just go one more step and I'm going to say one word that is going, in my opinion, is more accurate. And it's ironic that it's so accurate. Tokenism. Make no mistake, what you have described and what these entities, these businesses or whatever corporations, they have described the entire idea of manufacturing representation just by creating specific quotas. That is completely 100% an act of creating tokenism. And that is a bigoted behavior, unironically textbook bigoted behavior, and that is patronizing to people. In an ideal world, if you have what it takes to fit in or to stand out, regardless of who you are, you should be entitled to stand out and fit in. You shouldn't have to force someone to forgo their spot or force someone to take a spot that they might not even want, all because of some fake attempt at seeming moral or seeming quote-unquote progressive. So really, we cannot mince that specific word. It is an act of tokenism.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing that I wanted to sort of emphasize as well is if you happen to be, someone who wants to be represented in a space and you are okay with tokenism, there's nothing I can really say aside from, well, raise your standards. You deserve better than just some bastardized version of representation, which is what tokenism is. It's basically just chopping up your humanity into tiny, thin, two-dimensional pieces and just using that as a substitute for what you're actually like as a person, holding that up in front of you and expecting you to laugh and clap. That is what tokenism is fundamentally. And again, if that satisfies you, then I suppose, sure, fine. But that will never be that will never give you the same degree of satisfaction, fulfillment, that actually representing yourself will give you. The kind of representation, I've said this before, I think in the Shizzy stream, funnily enough. The kind of representation that will inspire you to do something with your life is not the kind of representation that you can simply ask for. It has to be something that you've grabbed for yourself. And until you, and again, that's not to be, I'm not saying that you will be able to grab that representation for yourself 100%, right? Guaranteed. No, not at all. There may be times when you try and you may fail. But the whole point is that you find a way to do it. It doesn't matter exactly, well, it doesn't matter how many times you fail at trying to represent yourself. Eventually, you will hit upon something that works. Because chances are, if you're trying to represent yourself in a conversation, in a space, in an industry, and it's not working, it's probably because you haven't absorbed enough information about how that space, that industry, works. So your methods aren't fine-tuned to the context and environment that surrounds you. Pivot, change things, tweak things, keep innovating, or at least keep adjusting until you hit upon something that works. If your niche is entertainment, if that's what you want to do, keep tweaking what you do until it starts resonating with more people. I guarantee that when audiences start watching you and your content, they are not going to care about your superficial, immutable traits. That's not going to be why they watch you. Hell, even having a visually appealing VTuber model isn't enough to get audiences to stick around if you are void of personality, or if your content simply isn't tailored to the tastes of a large enough demographic. So keep tweaking stuff. Keep trying to find that representation for yourself instead of simply waiting there for somebody else to give it to you or to give a precedent. You know, don't wait to coast in on somebody else's bow wave. It's just not going to be the same. But yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That is a very good, good opinion. That's a very good take, actually. And it cannot be emphasized enough, actually. This is the problem with a lot of things, in particularly on the internet, and specifically unfortunately, specifically prevalent in the West. And that's the whole idea. It is the whole idea that I don't have to do anything. I just have to exist, and you are obligated to do something for me. That has never been how things worked. And it may work now. Some people may attempt to do it now, but at the end of the day, there is just something, like I say, it goes back to karma in a way. There is always a book to balance. Think about it this way. There is always a book to balance. Which is why, let's say we talk about, for instance, DEI, ESG, all that things. Right? Armchair?
Yes.
There is one thing I will make mention. And I'm sure a lot of you will probably be aware of this, especially my side, the lurkers. I talk about ESG. Okay? I talk about that very specifically, and I talk about the source of ESG, and by extension DEI. There are certain financial institutions, or non-governmental financial institutions with a lot of other people's wealth, because they are pension funds, and they spend ungodly amounts of money to push these specific policies, the fake representation of policies. And here's one thing that, again, this is how I know how Armchair, what you say is being shown in real time, it's being taking effect, is that this whole idea of fake representation, and forcing something that isn't natural, as in forcing something that, the whole idea is that you have to make things flow naturally. And if you're trying to make something flow unnaturally, it is it's just a matter of time before things start to crumble. And for instance, I talked about ESG. And I brought up a very specific case of ESG. So let's just say it may not be specifically related to diversity inclusion, but it is part of ESG and therefore it is linked to it, at least on a fundamental sense. I talked to my lurkers about the case of Sri Lanka. Okay, have you heard of what happened to Sri Lanka, Armchair?
I have not.
Okay, starting things off, Sri Lanka has always been, before, a manufacturing giant. Undoubtedly, an agricultural giant. And they were largely a very successful country until one fine day, the president of Sri Lanka went all in on ESG. And there becomes one big problem when he did that. So one of the tenets of ESG, the quote-unquote environmental, is that the ESG policies deem that Sri Lanka's existing agricultural system, which is like manure, all of the organic, the normal types of fertilization processes to grow crops, was deemed not green enough. Okay? It was deemed not green enough. So what the president of Sri Lanka did, he signed into laws things that would ban the existing methods of agriculture in Sri Lanka. And instead they're using those so-called green alternatives to growing crops. Spoiler alert, it did not work. And over a very short period of time, the agriculture system of Sri Lanka completely crumbled into the dust. The economy went into free fall. The people were in poverty, on the brink, and eventually they revolted. And now the president of Sri Lanka has been kicked out of his own country in exile. That is what happens when you try and force things that are unnatural onto a very, very large scale. You are just flirting with disaster. That's my opinion, at least. And of course, you talk like things in Sweet Baby Inc. And all these things, you saw of them. They don't generate money. They are always spending other people's money. That is the biggest, if there's ever one takeaway to show that all these fake moralities and fake social political gestures are harmful rather than beneficial, just see what they do, at least on a even just on a financial perspective. Just one is enough. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, actually, that touches on a topic that I was going to move on to in a bit, but before that, I just wanted to raise a question that Sinful Lad brought up in chat earlier. Do you get the impression that VTubers, especially on the EN side, tend to be too passive when it comes to the way that they pursue, well, I suppose, yeah, just too passive in general?
In what way, actually? Can you ask your chatter in what way specifically, actually?
Sure. Sinful Lad, was there a specific way that you meant being passive? Because the way that I interpreted it was passive when it comes to pursuing an audience or pursuing brand recognition or something like that. Hold on, let's see. Wait for it. This is going to be very embarrassing if Sinful Lad is no longer in the chat.
That is fine, but maybe I can hazard a guess. Maybe I can hazard a guess of what he might mean. Oh, the answer?
Oh yeah. They're basically just not pursuing their dreams themselves. They're not doing what they want. They're not pursuing what they want. They're only, uttering words saying that they want it or they would like to be given it.
If you want me to be a bit blunt about this, I think it is, at the end of the day, all they care about is, well, I won't say all, but I'll say a noticeable number of them who some observe to be passive is that all, well, they care about is clout. At the end of the day, in my opinion, many, especially English VTubers, clout is more important than actually VTubing to them. And because of that, I suppose it becomes some kind of like an endless loop of sorts. Because honestly, most of them spend more of their time posting on Twitter than actually trying as many ways to communicate with an audience in a stream. And again, unfortunately, in reality is, unless you are very, 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 very lucky, no one can help you until you start helping yourself. That's the best I can just say. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that, especially the last part that you said about, no one can help you if you don't help yourself. Because it all starts with just having that little bit of initiative to prove that, essentially to build up whatever it is you envision for yourself on your own. Because at the end of the day, any change that you want to implement in your life does need to start with you, and that change can include making content, getting an audience, building a brand, etc. But yeah, so earlier on, to segue into the stuff that you were talking about earlier with ESG and DEI, you brought up a term before that you've kind of I would say that in the circles that we share, I do think that it's becoming more popular, and that is bakjaw. Did I say that right?
Bakjaw. So bakjaw
Bakjaw,
is
yeah.
Mandarin, bakjaw is Cantonese. Close enough.
Yes. And the literally it translates to white left, but the English equivalent, at least from my understanding, is more akin to something along the lines of Western leftist or social justice warrior in the derogatory sense. Basically, it was Chinese net slang for people who claim to have quote-unquote progressive attitudes, but whose conduct is marked with performativity, claims to moral superiority, and intolerance, especially towards those who have or express different perspectives to themselves. And yeah, does that definition sort of line up with how you understand the word as well?
Actually, that is very, very accurate. One of the misconceptions that some may have over the term bakjaw, they just think the word white and they immediately assume it's a racial thing. But the right in the part of is not really racial and is specifically about region where the mindset has come from. So, from the West. It is a mindset that is sourced from and is inherently a creation from primarily first world, overly pampered Western thought. It is a luxury mindset. That's why there's the word ba, white, I. And of course left as in leftist, because they end up talking about virtue signaling about things like socialism or collectivism, or the entire idea that equity should supersede equality. So yes, long answer short is that you have made an accurate description, Armchair.
I'm glad, and I do like the fact that, and again, while it is not a word that I can see myself personally integrating into discussions about, you know, for want of a better term, hypocrisy in the name of progressivism, it is definitely a term that I like the fact that it exists, because it provides an alternative to more tired terms, in my opinion, like, for example, woke or soy. And on that note, there is another term, an alternative, I suppose, of sorts, that exists in Mandarin and Cantonese. In Mandarin, it is 觉醒. What is it in Cantonese again?
国姓. 国姓.
Ah,
It's a bit harder to
国姓.
pronounce, but yeah, 国姓.
Yeah, and the literal translation is awakening or to wake. And the English equivalent, and again, this is my understanding, is that it is roughly equivalent to the word woke, or woke culture, or a culture of awareness, where, and this is a more academic kind of term for cultural movements and attitudes that claim to advocate for awareness of systemic or historic injustice. But again, people who advocate for that position tend to be subject to the same pitfalls of, you know, performativity, supposed moral superiority, and intolerance. But yeah, does this definition sort of line up with your understanding of it as well?
Well, admittedly, this definition is not particularly popular because, here's the irony. Here's a bit of a slight irony. 国姓 is... The term 国姓 is like when you see the word woke, but it's like a textbook definition of woke, which means it is not like... It's less of the insane type of two-faced type of quote-unquote woke that we see all the time, but it's like woke as in an honest explanation of a specific more aware mindset. So it is more of a scholastic definition from my own experience. 国姓 is more scholastic because mostly it's more like around a delving of young mainland Hong Kong, Taiwan individuals in their own lives, and how being young and being the new generation, how they shape their understanding of society in such a way. But I hardly see it being used in a particularly negative connotation personally. But I do see a lot of bak jaw being used as a very blatantly negative connotation. Like I say, 国姓 is like a...
This is... Oh, sorry.
So like I say, 国姓 is scholastic. It's more scholastic.
So would you say that this is more jargon, whereas the previous one was more slang?
Yes, exactly. 国姓 is very technical. It's a very technical term when being used. And bak jaw is very colloquial.
Huh. I've had, I think in the community post where I announced the collab with you, I had a commenter basically say that the two were roughly capable of being swapped out in terms of, you know, the two terms were roughly equivalent. But I was just going to say that in terms of popularity, the reason why, well, personally, the reason why I favor 白左 more than 觉醒 is, well, first, 白左, as you can probably tell, you don't need to speak Mandarin or be able to write in, you know, Chinese simplified or traditional to recognize that these characters are a lot simpler, easier to recognize, and replicable than these characters. Way less in terms of stroke complexity and stuff like that.
That's right.
And on top of the, you know, the easy recognition that comes along with 白左, I also find that, well, personally, I think it's easier to pronounce. And also the connotation, the meaning, Western leftist, I do feel like that is a less tired term than woke. because of the fact that, even though there is a more, like Banmin said, a more scholastic definition to the, dressing as a term, I do find that the fact that it is seen as an equivalent to the word woke, or culture of awareness, I do find that to be a little bit too close to a really tired term in English, a term that has pretty much lost its meaning. So again, I favor Baizuo because of essentially ease of recognition and a less tired, a less exhausted connotation. But yeah, is that sort of similar reason as to why you prefer this term over this as well?
And I'm going to tell a bit of a few stories actually. Well, I'm going to tell you the story later, but yes, Akchor is easy for me. Because I'm from that culture, I know what the word means. And despite what other Bakchor claim, I know exactly why I use that word. And this is especially accurate of a descriptor because of the entire idea that the words like SJW, woke, wokerati, wokester, social justice warrior, all of them are getting tired. And for good reason, because there is admittedly a lot of culture war discourse that started from late 2014 and has never ended even till now. It's lasted for at least 10 whole years. And for me, Bakchor will be an accurate descriptor for people with a very specific mindset. And I'm sure you already know what specific mindset I'm talking about. But anyway,
Absolutely.
I want to tell you a bit of a story about my experience using this word. I have used this word for years. I think since I have become particularly irate on my Facebook page, I have been using the word Bakchor for years. I think as early as 2015, honestly. And one thing that always gets me all the time, and especially so now because I'm on Twitter or X, wherever, is that people try to question me whether I have the right to use that word. Okay? And it is funny. It is very funny. Here's the first thing that they'll say to me. I'll use an example, but I will tell you right now, it has happened exactly the way I describe it, okay? I will make a post about some Bakchor doing some very stupid things like two-faced things, hypocritical things, the usual things I will rant about. And then some individual on Twitter will say, no, something along the lines of, look at this stupid person using a Japanese word he doesn't even know what it means.
I think I've seen a post
You saw
of
the
someone
red flag?
trying to say that to you on
You
Twitter.
saw the red flag? You saw the
Yeah.
red flag, exactly.
Yeah.
Here's the first problem he has. Here's the first problem he has. He assumed that it is a Japanese word. He thinks it is kanji na hanzi. And that was already the first thing to show him that he is way out of his depth. And he has demonstrated his ignorance and his unironic bigotry just from leaving a remark like that. And
all the Asian languages, they all look the same.
as they say, I made a meme before, and I'm not sure whether you have seen that meme, but I have posted it off and on. Do you know that meme that involves Kuroki Tomoko and Belchi? Do you see that meme I posted? I'm not sure whether you have, but if only I can find it, it'll be
I
fun.
don't think so.
If
Hold on,
only
let me
I can
see if I can
find
find
it.
it. I think I know what you're talking about. Let me take a look. With Bocchi and
Tomoko. I post it off and on. I post it every time I see something like this happening, basically. Only I can find it.
Looking through.
I have posted a lot.
We're doing more meme retrieval for you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to retrieve.
Illustrate the point.
Yeah, it is very, very blatant. If only I can find it. I'll search my own page just to see whether I can find it.
There is an overall difference between Japanese and Chinese, since Japanese utilizes hiragana and katakana. Exactly, yeah. But to an untrained eye, that difference is too much to ask them to realize.
Okay, I found it. I found it.
Okay.
I'll just share with you all. And
it
is frightening how accurate it is when I made this meme. I'll just post it to you, the Discord.
Alright, give me a second, I'll add it onto the OBS.
And Lurkus, you can go to Armchair's. You can go to Armchair's stream to see the image for yourself, okay?
There we go. For those who aren't looking at the screen, it's basically what was the name of the girl on the right again?
Koyoki Tomoko, basically.
So yeah, it's basically IRL Japanese and Koreans handshake getting called Chinese by Americans abroad, and then over the internet Chinese Koreans, and then at the bottom getting called Japanese by Americans online. So yeah, it's basically a joke about how people, how Americans cannot seem to recognize the difference between Chinese and Japanese and Korean on online and abroad respectively. But yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly that. And it has happened multiple times. And every single time it makes me laugh. And you would think eventually enough people would get the hint that I am using it in a Chinese context, but unfortunately no. They'll always bring back up, calling me a weeb for using this word. Oh boy. It's you who is assuming it's Japanese.
It always does it is always very funny to see people who are supposedly against racism just not show that they assume that pretty much all of the C languages are like one and the same. But yeah.
And I've got one personal story to tell you. And again, I'm going to tell you this because it was 100% accurate. And it actually happened on Facebook. It happened a few years back. I'm sure you might have heard of this woman's name. Yeonmi Park. Have you heard of her? She is a North Korean defector who escaped to US.
I've seen clips of her. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, I was talking about what Yeonmi Park remarked about the increasingly left summiting at that time socio-political culture of America. Yeonmi Park is quite a vocal person when she talks about how some parts of American culture or sociopolitics is getting increasingly familiar to her. So it's very similar to North Korea. And I got a very interesting comment. on my Facebook page when I posted about Yeonmi Park. And And it is from someone who claims to be a progressive, okay? Already, that's like building up into a specific punchline, but it gets worse, okay? I'm going to say he said something that thoroughly shocked me, and I cannot believe he said it. I have enough people saw what he said, and he has at this point long deleted what he said, but I still remember what he said. And it shows you just how two-faced certain individuals can be. So he claims to be a progressive, okay? He claims for equity and all that things. And you know what one comment he said when I talk about Yeon Mi Park? He said something along the lines of, she will say anything to get a green card.
Oh no.
Exactly. I remember that very vividly. That was what this individual said. On one hand, he was like saying I'm wrong, that is everything progressive, that everything is anti-racist and all that thing. And then second, I just explained to him this was what Yeon Mi Park said. This woman who escaped a communist country, he just come down and drop a bombshell like that. And I was lost for words for like a good few minutes before, and evidently a lot of people saw that reply. I was like, bruh. Like, I was bruh.
I understand that. That would have short-circuited my brain too. Death. The level of mental dissonance that you would need in order to make that comment, type it out, and then press send. That's oh.
So you can understand
Truly,
why.
Very
you can
attitude.
understand why sometimes when I comment to others on Twitter, I tend to be particularly blunt. I have seen enough to know that sometimes you just have to be blunt with someone to convey your message and for them to understand it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And I can't believe I'm relaying old stories in this collab. It's quite something.
I hope it's more nostalgic and less traumatic.
It was a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of both. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit of both.
Fair enough. I don't blame you. That's so stupid.
It was eye-opening. It was very eye-opening.
Speaking of progressivism, one thing that I wanted to sort of touch on, and this is something that I know is a common topic of interest between the two of us, is the, how do I say, the creeping cancer of attempted progressive politicization into that is currently growing or attempting to grow inside gaming as an industry. I know that you've talked about this a lot on your streams, and I have as well. But in terms of, well, your understanding, when you would, this is when you talk about Baizuo mentality infesting Western gaming in particular. To touch on the point that you raised earlier about representation and tokenization, nowhere do I see tokenization being used more egregiously than in this sort of modern wave of games that come out not with the intention of providing an escapist, immersive experience to its players, but instead talking down to players, lecturing them, condescending to them, and essentially just acting more like propaganda than games. And I just wanted to, I just wanted to grab your thoughts in terms of the direction that we've been observing in terms of, you know, the way that modern gaming is, and well, yeah.
Okay, I hope you know what you're asking for, because I do have a lot to talk about, okay? Just a bit of fair warning, okay? I will start off with a bit of history. A little bit of history, okay? Everyone has heard about the Cultural Revolution, have they not? I'm sure everyone has heard of that. And my own understanding and understanding from talking to people, let's just say talking to people, as well as my own readings, and also there is one very interesting book that I read, and I'm not sure some of you heard. It's a very not very well known book. It was called Mao's Last Dancer, as in Chairman Mao Zedong. Mao's Last Dancer.
I think this is a book that is prescribed among a lot of high schools over here as something that they give to kids in years, I think 10 or 11.
Interesting. I also read that book. I got a chance to read that book. But with that out of the way, let's just go with all of this backdrop set up. I'll just tell the lurkers and your viewers what Mao's Last Dancer is, okay? Loosely. It's just about some guy who lives in mainland. He lives in mainland China, and he was growing up. He was living in a lot of poverty. He had barely any food, and it was during the peak of the Cultural Revolution. And he kind of like had a break. He got recruited into Jiang Qing's, basically Madame Mao's whole entertainment brigade, the Cultural Works Brigade, and he became a pretty good ballet dancer. And he performed in a lot of Cultural Revolution themed works. So a lot of performances, a lot of shows, a lot of ballet dances, but they were, and there's a point to all of this, I promise. But long story short is, at some point in time, he was so good and so valued for his dancing potential. He was given a chance to visit America, and he basically, long story short, he defected. He defected from mainland China, and he's now living in I think Australia. I think he's living in Australia, but anyway, he defected mainland China because he saw what actual freedom looked like compared to what he was told freedom was, basically. So long story short, why am I talking about all this? Mao's Last Dancer, this book, and Cultural Revolution. There is one thing other than forcing people to read a specific book, a specific rate book, that will act as a way to very heavily influence people. And that is through entertainment. So my point exactly of this is, I look at the so-called entertainment from the Cultural Revolution period. So you might have, I'll just list a specific name. For instance, there was one called The Rape Detachment of Women, which is basically like a ballet show, but there is the only thing that is remotely ballet is the dancing. Everything else was 1000% talking about the Communist Party. 1000% talking about every single bit of propaganda, every single bit of narrative, every single part of the message was on a show like that. And there were hundreds of these shows during Cultural Revolution. You can never run out of them. And when I look at that happening, and I look at how games are happening now, Dustboard, and more specifically at this point in time, Veilguard, I see a parallel. It is a very striking parallel. Make no mistake about it. Some of the bakjor in positions of game development or even games journalism, they will deny to you. They will deny and they will never stop denying. But all you have to do is watch a let's play of Dragon Age Veilguard, for instance. And then you compare it to Madame Mao Cultural Revolution ballet. And sure, you try to ignore the superficial things like it's talking about one specific theme. You just consider it. Just think about it this way. Think about it this way, okay? You consider what are the social political messages that a cultural revolution ballet has, and you consider what are the social cultural messages that a game like Veilguard has. And then you'll tell to yourself how strongly they convey that message in the game or in that ballet. I see both. I see them to be pretty close. There is not a very big gap in the intensity their messages are made to convey. And this is unfortunate as well because it is not even bad enough that it is happening to Western games. It is not bad enough that it's happening to Western games, but there are attempts to export it globally. And we have seen attempts at it being exported globally with varying amounts of success. Okay? Remember what I told you about back in 2019, what Sony has done to the Japanese game devs. That was a symptom of it. And then look at this whole Dragon Age interview, the whole Dragon Age remake. The creator of Dragon Age complained about it. And he made
Dragon Quest. Sorry.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, sorry, Dragon Quest. Yeah, Dragon Quest. I got those two mixed up, sorry. Dragon Quest. Yeah, but Dragon Quest remake, the creator made very specific complaints about it. Why are they beholden to the standards of foreign entities, even when they are making the games for their own domestic market? It was a very simple question. And I have seen what happened in real time as a result of that very simple complaint being made. His Famitsu interview was taken down. And the excuse that these games journalists have given was that it was a mistranslation of the interview. Then I asked them the question. I asked a very simple question. Then why don't you just upload the interview without the translation and let people read what he says in real time? And if they know Japanese, they know exactly what he said. Why take the whole thing down? That is a very big red flag.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a very big red flag. And again, I have seen enough cultural revolution works to know the trajectory that things like AAA Western video games are going. And my comment on that is, you better hope, Western AAA game devs, you better hope that you never run out of trust fund, you never run out of venture capital. You better hope you never run out of the life support money that these financial institutions are obviously funneling into you as life support. you better pray you never run out of that. Because one day, when you run out of that money and you come begging to the consumers who have all the money now, the paying consumers, the gamers, the customers, what have you, you come back begging on your knees, they will remember what you do. Just like the internet is forever. And in this case, oh boy, people won't forget. People won't forget when your current products fail, you attack them. You attack the paying customers. How dare they not give money to buy your products? How dare they criticize our works? They are the worst people imaginable. They are every label, every buzzword, all under their dictionary imaginable. They better be careful. Because this is the type of alienation that will take decades to fix. And that's my opinion, okay? Anyway,
I mean, I would agree with that, to be honest. You can see this happening in real time with gaming journalism, how it's become a shadow and a parody of its former self. Because nowadays, nobody takes game reviews seriously. The number has become a joke because, I mean, when you look at how often AAA games or games that contain, like you said, certain aspects of progressive messaging, the fact that those scores seem to be boosted to unholy levels, that they always seem to average at least a 7, has now become so much of a joke that even the most basic part of a review scale, which is the numbers, don't actually hold any weight among consumers anymore. You said something earlier that reminded me when you were describing works made, how similar progressive games of today, how much they match up with works from the Cultural Revolution. It reminded me of I forget who said this quote first, but this rather cynical description of content as simply whatever fills in the space between ads. And I do feel like games like Dustborn, like Dragon Age the Veilguard, have a very similar definition when it comes to what constitutes a game, which is that a game is whatever fills in the space in between, lecturing the audience.
Exactly right. And there's also another, I'll just add on to it. And also, Kim Jong-il, okay? I'm going to talk about Kim Jong-il. Because I also did Kim Jong-il made a very, famous for North Korea. Anything he says is famous in North Korea, but one of the things he did say in one of his many books that he claims to be an expert of is that entertainment without spreading a message is useless. The entertainment is always a vehicle for spreading a message. That was what his words, that was the words he used loosely. So yes, I'm looking exactly what's happening with Cultural Revolution in the past and what happened currently in North Korea still with Kim Jong-il, especially because he was a very big, he was a big film nut. We all know he's like a big film nut. He kidnapped a South Korean director to make one of his movies, and that was one of the things he said. And undoubtedly, as you can see, most of the stuff made in Korea, North Korea, is they're just vehicles to spread the required message. There is no entertainment for the sake of invoking an emotion. Is entertainment to, I would say, unironic communists and by extension people who make games like Dragon Age the Veilguard. There is no sense of spreading positive emotions such as satisfaction, engagement, passion, or happiness in their creations. All it is to them is a vehicle to spread whatever message they want to spread. And the problem is that video games has the misfortune of being popular. That's why they are targeting video games.
One thing I will say as well, and this is sort of a weird paradox when it comes to Baizuo games and DEI in general, is that both of those, the messages in Baizuo games and DEI programs, they function in a weird way where they have to operate while constantly denying their own existence. Where they need to say things like, games need to contain a message, but they also need to deny that they do contain that message. Where it will be very, very obvious to a player what a game is trying to say, but the developers, the journalists reviewing it will almost always try to deny the existence of any such thing, while at the same time calling the people who speak out against the insertion of such a message a bigot, which is very strange considering that you're trying to deny that there is even a message to disagree with in it to begin with. And the same thing goes for DEI programs, where at the same time there's this desire to be both this sort of box ticking exercise and a marker of merit at the same time, whereas in actuality those two are incompatible with one another, where people who are, participants, beneficiaries of DEI programs will be beneficiaries, but they will never be able to admit it, because that would fly in the face of the idea that they are there for good reason rather than to just tick a box. And this sort of, it's always very weird because it's resulted in this environment where game journalists in particular, because they're the ones who have to run cover for programs and messages like these, they've developed a reputation built on shadowboxing now, where every time a game journalist or a game journalist publication, journalist in very loose use of the word, every time they have to go to war with an audience or a group of gamers, it's always this sort of odd dance where they're just they're just lashing out at empty air almost. And to everyone watching, it's always just it's almost always an embarrassment where they'll call out bigots and chuds and racists and people who don't have the right way of thinking. And yet at the same time, they will call out these people for committing crimes against a game that they won't even admit has a message that would have anything to do with racist, bigoted, xenophobic attitudes. And I mean, when you describe the slow decay of trust that consumers have in the industry that produces games and the industry that talks about games, how that trust is pretty much gone and will take decades to restore. That kind of shadowboxing is the thing that I'm convinced will end up killing the industry, or will result in the industry killing itself. And you brought up the idea of, you better hope, if you're a developer on one of these games, or if you're a journalist that talks about these games, you better hope that the life support never runs out. And what I think all gamers, or most gamers, have been increasingly realizing over the past, I'd say ever since the first Gamergate, is that there's been this slow, insidious attempt at creating an economic system that is entirely independent of consumers, where the way that the money goes is ironically, it's taxes are funneled from citizens into governments that use that funds cultural institutions that create these sort of programs to fund the creation of these games that nobody really wants and nobody really plays, and also fund these organizations like, for example, SBI, among others, that go out to AAA studios to convince them to make games that nobody actually likes. And then at the end of the day, all they need to do is go back to the government with journalists who signal boost the idea that they're making something worthwhile, and then the governments keep giving them more money after taxing the citizens and so on and so forth, until you build up this closed system where the consumer doesn't actually have any say in anything that gets made. And I forget who it was that said this. I don't know if you've seen this creator. There's another PNG tuber by the name of the Aristocratic Utensil. Have you seen him or his stuff before?
I have heard that name before, but I think I can't really remember, but I think I've heard that name before. I've seen one of his videos. I think it might be the video you're talking about. I think.
He has some
I think so.
pretty extreme views on a lot of things, but one of the things that he said about Gamergate that I do feel like, the state of modern gaming that I do feel like is something that a lot of people don't seem to be talking about, is the idea that when these organizations like SBI go after AAA studios, for example, and get them to make slop that nobody wants, the objective is not necessarily to indoctrinate and force compliance among consumers. That is the primary goal, and it would be great if that happened. But burning down the industry, as SBI employees in the past have admitted to wanting to do, burning down the industry is an acceptable secondary objective, where the aim of the cancer is not necessarily to spread into the minds of consumers so much as it is to take down any option to look elsewhere when it comes to looking for escapism and immersion. And unless
I have an opinion on that. Yeah, I have an opinion on that. I will be blunt. Tell these people, good luck. Good luck to them. You don't have, I mean it with 100% seriousness. Good luck trying that. There is a certain word that people underestimate. We are legion. You can try. You can try. You can try to do it to the entire world, and you can put in as much money as you want. You can destroy every single industry, hijack every single one, and destroy everything. Someone somewhere will start over, and you will have to hijack that one again, destroy that one, and another one will come up after you. Eventually, you will run out of things to hijack. Because at some point in time, they will either be too tired, or they will run out of money. Here is the thing that people have to understand. Those type of things implode on themselves. Remember I said, these things are not negatives. They are caustic, they are toxic, they destroy themselves eventually. And my thought on this is, as long as people have free will, as long as people can think for themselves, people like this who hijack, control, and destroy, they can't do it forever. Eventually, they will give up. Because it is an endless war that they are waging, and they are waging it launching a losing war. I'm just going to put it that way. They are waging a losing war. Because if you go against human nature, you're going against the nature of people who think for themselves. You are climbing vertical. You're climbing a vertical wall. You can try and use a pickaxe to keep striking on it to go a little higher, but eventually there's too much wall and you just fall off. That's what I think. So, on one hand, yes, it is a bummer that certain entities and individuals want to spread things that people do not want, and they don't care about the end result of the industry that they have hijacked. But just like with the whole idea of reincarnation, is cyclical. Something is destroyed, something else new is built in the ashes of it. It will never end. If this is the war that some of them want to wage, so be it. Good luck. They won't ever win it because it is physically impossible to win something like this unless you control the entire population of Earth as if it's some kind of hive mind. And good luck on that as well.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up that idea of how this, to put it in as the way that you just phrased it, fighting this war is futile and you have no chance at winning unless you attempt to control the way that everyone thinks, if not the way that everyone behaves. Because I think that there has been an example, especially when it comes to Western gaming media, where outlets have colluded to try and do just that. And one of the things that I was going to talk about is how, when it comes to, you know, as you put it, the message that a lot of these, you know, so-called progressive games developers, etc., are trying to push, one of the things that they keep trying to push for is this idea of diversity, right? Representation on a global scale, the idea that games are inclusive. First, diversity, inclusive, not the same thing. It keeps getting those two terms in particular. I've talked about this in prior streams, and I have no doubt that you've talked about this as well on yours, Banmin. But yeah, the conflation of those two terms is what has led to the Western gaming industry falling apart when it comes to how to create diverse experiences that don't suck. And the reason that every time someone tries to make a quote-unquote diverse game or a diverse character or a diverse story, and it does suck, is because diverse games, inclusive games, are not the same thing as a diverse industry. And when it comes to all of these, you know, news outlets, all of these developers claiming that they want diversity, that they want a diverse industry, they were given that. We had an example this year of a game that would have ticked that box, that would have added to the diversity of this industry. And that game, and I've gone on about this multiple times in the past, is Black Myth Wukong. It was an undeniable success. It broke records. It managed to do something that I don't think China has managed to do very many times in the past, and that is take an element of Chinese culture, myth, and history and successfully export it into Western media consumers in a way that was both appealing and digestible. And the thing is, there has been this weird collusion between all of these different game outlets to either deny that Black Myth Wukong is a success, and then later on, when the numbers are simply too high for them to keep doing that, try to dismiss its success as being somehow illegitimate. This is part of the reason, well, this was, everyone has their, you know, this is what radicalized me moment. This is mine. Where after seeing how this game was smeared initially by IGN and then ever since, not just neglected, but actively suppressed by Western gaming media, this is where I sort of made the decision, okay, I don't ever want to hear another gaming journalist talk about diversity ever again. Because this was diversity. This was a perspective, a storyline, an aesthetic inspiration that has not been present in Western gaming media at all, because it came from China. And unfortunately, when it comes to things from China, what tends to happen is that China is routinely portrayed in the West as this sort of alien, kind of hostile force when it comes to the way that mainstream media likes to portray China. And again, China is undeniably a rival world power to America, and by extension to every other Western country that falls in step with America. But at the same time, this was an example of a bridge between the two cultures that could have been celebrated, that could have been understood as something that would add to diversity in the industry without having to be a quote-unquote diverse game. And it was, it was completely dismissed. Game journalists spat in the face of its developers, and ever since, when it comes to things like, when it comes to things like understanding the player hype behind it, journalists were completely, they just ignored it completely or wrote it off. There was this idiotic trend of going, oh, the player numbers on Black Myth Wukong are really high, but all of those players are in China, so it doesn't matter. Like, hello? You're the ones who have been saying that gaming is a global industry and saying that you want diversity in this global industry. If you don't count player numbers, player populations from other countries outside the West, what the fuck have you been complaining about this entire time? This is what you've been asking for years, on a silver platter in front of you, with enough success to prove to you and everybody else that you can have diversity in your industry. Diversity that's not this sort of the how do I put this in a sensitive way?
Performative.
Yeah, not the performative bites or caricature that gets peddled out over and over again, but an actual different perspective on the world, on mythology, on stuff like that. And yet, for some reason, it's being suppressed. So, the thing I will say when it comes to the whole idea of burning down the industry, when corporate interests and journalistic ones collude together to burn down the industry, the only area, I suppose, the only point that I might disagree with you a little bit on is the idea that I think you're very much right in that so long as there is an alternative out there, the attempt to burn down the industry will always be futile. But at the same time, I do see attempts, coordinated attempts, to bury any hint of a story of alternative success, like what is currently happening with Black Myth Wukong, like how it was smeared initially, and now it is being, preemptively suppressed from recognition at game awards shows, as useless as those are. Again, purely symbolic, purely tokenistic thing, but it's still a thing regardless. I see attempts at burying titles like this, and a part of me does see that and think, okay, there is very obviously an attempt to make it so that once the industry burns down, there is nothing to replace it. Because either there will be an attempt to export the cancer worldwide, which seems to be working at least a little bit in places like Japan, or in cases where there isn't a capitulation to this cancerous messaging or culture, whatever success is established is then buried and dismissed. This is the case with Black Myth Wukong, and it does get a little tiring after a while to watch all of this unfold. But
do you mind?
Sorry.
Do you mind give you? I'll probably give you a bit of a white pill. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a white pill.
Sure. I'd be glad to.
Here's one thing that these entities and these colluders will forget. And they will ignore it, but it's a big problem, and if they keep ignoring it, it's their loss. Preaching to the choir. Let's leave it at that specific word, preaching to a choir, because What happens when you throw off every single person? Throw off every single person so that only the people in your little in-group will see things. What will happen? You are nothing.
Become isolated, I
You are
suppose.
nothing. You are isolated. All you have left is your echo chamber. And if this is what certain things like the gay morons want, to isolate things that are actually good, to isolate things that are actually diverse, and what people, normal people, the masses actually want, so be it. Let them waddle around in their little in-group, forever losing relevance. This is why there is another word that comes to mind. Parallel economy. You want to close off everyone who disagrees with you out of your own little bubbles and systems? Fine. The people outside will create their own systems. They'll create their own far-reaching bubbles. And at the end of the day, you are left all alone. Again, how much can you fight the masses? How hard can you keep winning against a so-called enemy that never runs out? There's only so much you can shun. There's only so many people you can cancel. There's only so many individuals you can isolate before all you have left are just a group of sycophants in a small little room stroking each other's ego. So that's my white pill on that specific comment.
That's fair. Yeah, nah.
Yeah. And moving on to the whole reaction towards Black Myth Wukong, okay? Very simple, their behavior. To me at least, it is a very simple explanation. They are unhappy because it is not them. Okay? They are unhappy. This is why they reject Black Myth Wukong. Again, okay, Journey to the West. It is arguably one of the most, in every single dictionary definition of the word imaginable, diverse and inclusive. All kinds of species, all kinds of identities, all kinds of entities, spirits, ghosts, gods, demons. Everything about Sayao-Gay Journey to the West is diverse, without a doubt. But you know why the Pakcho don't like it? Because it does not have their message. It's very simple. To them, diversity, inclusion, equality, all of this, they are all just little tools that they will use to add legitimacy to what they are doing. To use as a weapon if someone questions them. And when they see something that fits almost every single buzzword, every single designation that they created as a means to protect themselves, but it is beyond their control, they lash out in anger. So it is very simple. At the end of the day, they just want to spread their own message, and they just want to have control of something. And when they don't have control of something, and that something becomes successful, their reaction is to be insecure, and from that insecurity, they lash out in anger. So that is my opinion on their whole reaction towards Black Myth Wukong. Everything is all boiled down to just simple, I couldn't do it, how dare you do it when I could not.
That's a pretty fair assessment, I would say. It makes a lot of sense, because envy does seem to be envy and resentment do seem to be very recurring themes when it comes to gaming journalism in particular. There was something. Oh yeah, Viv and Raj in chat. You did say that diversity has always been in gaming, and I want to just. This is something I've talked about before, but I do want to bring that up again. Where every time, I don't want my rant about Black Myth Wukong not being accepted as diversity to be seen as me thinking that there isn't diversity in the industry. I've talked about this before, but for any of the people who haven't watched me before, just to reiterate. Yes, diversity has always been in gaming. It amuses me to imagine how IGN or Rolling Stone or Kotaku would choke on their own spit trying to frame Noita or Cruelty Squad or Sekiro or Baldur's Gate 3 or, I don't know, fucking Doom 2016 as diversity. But undeniably, that is what all of those games are. They've all been made by people belonging to different cultures with a different perspective, different stories in mind, and they all form part of the same global, diverse industry. None of them, well, maybe with the exception of Baldur's Gate, by complete happenstance, are quote-unquote diverse games, but together they create a diverse industry.
Yeah, full depth of diversity. You're right. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And this thing where game journalists and mainstream game media doesn't seem to want to acknowledge is the idea that diverse games and a diverse industry are not the same thing, and in fact they are so different to the point where they are, I would say, incompatible with one another as concepts. Diverse games are made according to a formula. There is a box that all of them need to tick, and they are more about inclusivity than they are coherence or immersion or escapism. And as a result, every single time you get a quote-unquote diverse game, you're trying to force diversity into a scale that is so localized that it falls apart. It doesn't work as a concept. They all end up being the exact same clones of one another. You notice the same recurring tropes in terms of character design, storyline, dialogue, over and over across all of these quote-unquote diverse games that never seem to, these repetitions tend to occur ad nauseum. Whereas by contrast, a diverse industry requires there to be games that are catering to specific niches, games that know what their audience are, that don't bother trying to include everyone or everything, just a few things in a coherent, immersive manner that allows for escapism by the player. And again, I really do hope that at some point in the future, people en masse will be able to understand that difference between the two concepts, diverse industry versus diverse game, and we will finally be able to break out of this this hyperbolic time chamber that is where we currently are. But yeah, it's
okay.
just
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Now might finish up. Just finish your thought.
Oh no, I was just going to say that oh, I've lost it now, but yeah, sorry. Do go on.
Okay. I will be a bit more basic in my perception of this situation. Okay? This whole shtick from these individuals who claim to be champions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, their entire premise is a contradiction to me, okay? The entire premise is a contradiction, and I have seen so much examples proving my opinion on that to be accurate. Like you say, these so-called diverse games, you see them being created, but you always notice something about them that is always the same over and over and over again. And one of the things I think that you might notice, or you might not, but I notice it, is that the so-called diverse games have a very clear pattern. They always look the same way, they always feel the same way, the characters always interact and talk the same way, and at some point it becomes a contradiction in itself to me. When everything has become so methodical, it becomes the complete opposite of diversity. And also the whole idea of inclusivity. Inclusivity, this game, there's these groups or this. Again, they demonstrate their contradiction. They are being quote-unquote inclusive by being exclusive. So, the whole idea, remember? I'm not sure you heard. Remember CDPR was in the news last month? Do you know about that, Armchair?
Yeah, I saw. Was it the program where it was only open to women and non-binary people?
Yes, exactly. So, again, all I'm seeing is that this whole diversity, equity, and inclusion film, as it stands in the way that's being implemented, to me, it is just a whole lot of fraudulent contradictions. And there is one very big example that really strikes to me that further illustrates what I mean by it is a completely fraudulent contradiction. You know about Idris Elba? You know about the actor? Exactly.
Yes.
Idris Elba is a very good actor. And I enjoy the shows that he's in, especially the Luther shows. But but there is this one news article. I talked about it in a stream of mine, but I'll talk about it in your stream as well. The then executive individual at the BBC, she criticized Idris Elba. And would you like to guess what she criticized Idris Elba about? Would you like to give it a guess?
Is this something about the way that he speaks?
Nope. It's even more basic than that. Do you want to guess, or you want me to just say it? You want me to say it?
Yes.
I'll just say it. Okay, she says something along the lines of, I quote, Idris Elba is not a good fit for Luther because he is not, quote unquote, black enough. So, you know why she said that? She said that Idris Elba, he may be a good actor, but he did not have many black friends. He did not really eat a lot of food of African culture, and he is always dressed up too modern and composed. So basically, what this BBC exec said outright to people's faces is that Idris Elba is not a good fit for Luther because he is not enough of a stereotype of what his race is. So
that's such a brilliant example of horseshoe theory between progressives and racists.
So again, like I said, this entire current DEI thing is all just a sham to me. It's all just a grift. It is.
Fair
and
enough.
the thing is, it was unprompted. Her comment about Idris Elba was completely unprompted. She just said it as if it was the most normal thing to say about someone. And they call all of us who disagree with them racist. And here's what someone so-called anti-racist says in an interview.
Holy. Damn.
Yes, exactly. So I have seen a lot of all this, and honestly, I have reached to a point that I am very unwilling to give benefit of doubts to those who claim to spread diversity and inclusion. Because
Fair.
it is to me a pretense. It is all just a facade. They don't care about diversity. They don't care about inclusion. They just care about winning. They care about controlling. At the end of the day, that's all they care about. And diversity and inclusion is just a tactic to give legitimacy, again, like as I say.
I mean, that does make a lot of sense. And I would very much agree with that assessment that diversity and inclusivity is not really part of the actual goal, just convenient tools. One thing I will say though, and this is more to disarm the concepts themselves, or so that people have more words to take those concepts apart. Real diversity, actual diversity, is not simply the state of different things existing in the same space. Real diversity comes from different organisms, groups, or individuals finding different solutions to the same problem. Diversity and inclusivity are two concepts that, although they have been very frequently conflated with one another, they are not actually the same thing. To some degree, in order to create diversity, you actually need some degree of exclusivity in terms of the problem that all of these individuals are trying to overcome, being the case where not every individual is going to be capable of solving said problem. As a result, each individual needs to come up with a different solution that works for them. And when you have all of those different solutions to the same problem, that is what creates diversity. It requires there to be some degree of gatekeeping that stops just every single, every single thing or every single person from being able to participate equally in this one thing. So again, I do think that I think that diversity is something that can be a strength. But to simply conflate diversity with inclusivity and to simply blanket label diversity as a strength in every single scenario is misleading, and it doesn't acknowledge the actual definition of the concept. Because when you accept the idea that diversity and inclusivity are at odds with one another conceptually, in terms of their definition, you also have to understand that diversity also means that there are going to be different solutions, different perspectives that are fundamentally incompatible with one another as well. And when it comes to, this is the case when it comes to perspectives, value systems, etc., etc. And you see this happening all the time in society, where you might have, and this is something I've talked about before on previous streams, but you might, for example, have two groups of people that have value systems that are so fundamentally different that they are incompatible. And if you were to put people from both of those groups in the same space, yes, that space would be diverse, but that space would also be extraordinarily volatile, because having two clashing value systems may cause interpersonal conflict. Same thing happens when it comes to games. Sometimes you might put if you try to be diverse, if you try to force diversity in games where you put a bunch of different perspectives together, expecting that they're just going to gel well, chances are that's not going to be the case 99% of the time. Because since not every perspective is the same, you will occasionally get combinations of different perspectives that are just incompatible. that when you try to present them side by side and pretend that they make sense there next to one another, you will only succeed in creating a deeply dissonant experience for the player or the audience or whoever happens to be consuming the media that you're putting out. I do think Dragon Age Veilguard is a great example of this, where you're supposed to have this sort of grim, dark fantasy setting, or at least that's how it started off. But then in the same point, you have unskippable cutscenes of a transgender character talking about how they are transgender and how they want to be addressed by the correct pronouns. Again, two very different perspectives. The perspective of a grimdark universe where if you are not strong enough, you die. Regardless, you die horribly, regardless of who or what you are. Versus this perspective on the importance of being acknowledged for who you are by everyone. Not because not at least the intention is not to present it as if you're forcing people to acknowledge you, even if that seems to be the way that the game is doing it, by making the cutscene unskippable. But this idea that acceptance is important, inclusivity is important, and when you put those two perspectives together side by side, they don't make sense side by side because they are so fundamentally different to the point where they are incompatible with one another. And again, when you want diversity, sure, this could be something that you are asking for, right? But that doesn't mean it's going to work. Diversity requires acknowledgement of difference. And if you are incapable or unwilling to acknowledge difference, you will never succeed in functional diversity. But in any case, yeah. One thing that I wanted to touch on is the whole idea of, well, I suppose, if game journalism insists on burning itself down, like you said before, Banmin, there will be alternatives. And at the moment, there are two publications that I am personally keeping an eye on as good alternatives to what has now become mainstream gaming journalism. The two publications being Bounding into Comics and That Park Place, both of which have proven to be willing to talk about taboos that other more mainstream outlets don't seem to want to touch with a 10-foot pole. But I wanted to ask, if it were up to you, in your opinion, from your perspective, how would you fix games journalism?
Very simple, actually, in my opinion. The only way to fix games journalism is to start over. Unfortunately, that it is how it is. It has to start over. Because games journalism as it stands right now is reviled. It is ironic that it is so reviled by the very people whom it's supposed to cater to, but there is just so much damage that those who run it have created that nothing short of a start over is ideal. And make no mistake, that is really the only way I can currently see out that games journalism as a legitimate means of providing a service can rebuild a reputation that is anything other than negative. And also adding to your whole point about diversity as well, is that one of the things that I've noticed is very pervasive. It's very, very pervasive, and I saw it being changed in real time. From the early mid-2010s and then till now, remember there is a specific word. Hold on. Remember there is a word that is being phased out, And I am very angry that this word has been phased out, because as a word I can understand the value of it very much so. I understand the value of it and I appreciate it very much. And that word is equality. Equality? Equality is being phased out for a different word. And that new word,
Equity?
as you can see, equity. Yes. What people again do not understand. What people again do not understand is that if you want to normalize this word equity, you are going into a very dark path that is going to cause nothing but destruction. Because equity, in this context, equality, let's just start from equality means equal opportunities. You have a challenge, you have something that needs to be done. Everyone has the right to put their hand up, try it. If they succeed, they go up. If they not, someone else can try it again and again and again. That is diversity. That goes back to your talk about diversity. So equality of opportunity is a key part of true diversity. You have a problem, but everyone can try to fix that problem. And the person who fixes that problem gets rewarded. That is equality. But with equity, that's when it starts to go into a very dark path, okay? Equity, in their perspective, means equality of outcome. And I'm sure you know why equality of outcome can be a problem, right?
Yes, I'm very well acquainted with with that.
Yes. It doesn't matter how much harder you work compared to someone else. It doesn't matter how passionate you are. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, how intelligent, how talented. Nothing matters, because you'll get the exact same thing compared to the person to your side who did barely anything. And we know exactly what happens, what that means, right? That is communism.
Yep.
No matter how hard you work, no matter what you put in, you will get nothing extra. The person next to you will reap the benefits of your work regardless of how much work he or she put in. So, make no mistake, every time I see the word equity, my spine just chills. There's a chill in my spine whenever I see the word equity being thrown about in a context outside of the legal system. Equity in the legal system means something completely different, but equity in a social system, that scares me. So, I've sidetracked a little bit from the games journalist part, right? Haven't I?
Oh no, that's fine. I was going to add on to what you were saying, in fact, by just pointing out that, well, I mean, I think this was a quote by Thomas Sowell, the American economist, who said that you can't measure opportunity by outcomes because, well, obviously, if you put different people into this, if you give the same opportunity to different people, because they are different, they have different capabilities, in terms of what they can accomplish, what they are willing to put in terms of effort, they will get different outcomes despite the fact that they all got the same opportunity. So it is impossible to work backwards from the outcome to determine whether their opportunities were equal. But the other thing is that
I got a super chat, and maybe I'll just read it out because maybe it might be relevant to our talk. This is from Hayden75. Thank you for the super chat. These devs and journals are in a cult. They have to follow strict adherence to the rules. This is why they react viscerally when confronted with truth. They are trying to spread an ideology incompatible with reality. And that is a very neat and also non-sugarcoat way of saying it, in my opinion.
Yeah. I would say
is the
ideology
reason.
incompatible with reality is that's a good way of putting it.
And this is why you see things like Sweet Baby Inc. You see things like all of these consulting companies. You see how all of a sudden when people start noticing their work, their handiwork everywhere, there's just... Here's the thing. Kabrutas Rambo, all he has ever done was just say, Sweet Baby Inc. work on this game. Sweet Baby Inc. work on that game. And that is all he has ever done. But look how much anger Sweet Baby Inc. employees have reacted towards him merely editing their work. I mean, if you're an artist, someone credits your work, oh my god, it's amazing. It's so great. Everyone loves being credited for their work, but Sweet Baby Inc., they hate it so much. It's amazing how much they hate being credited for their work. They have gone so deep into hiding what they do. They got rid of all their credits in every single names on their websites. And every time someone talks about what work they have contributed in, they're working so hard to hide from it. Is this the behavior of someone who is proud of their work? Is this the behavior of someone who actually believes that they are doing a good job? This sounds to me like, even if they don't say outright and they don't consciously think it, they might subconsciously think this. What they are doing, they know, is fundamentally conflicting with reality. Again, like that super chatter Hayden said, it was fundamentally conflicting with reality and fundamentally unpopular. They know that, but they keep doing it. And of course, we know why they keep doing it.
To put it into a figure of speech, mold tends to retreat from sunlight.
Very telling. Yeah, it is a very telling thing. Sometimes all you have to do... This is why I say whenever I'm on Twitter, I post on Twitter, there is one tool that works almost like at least 75% of the times. It will help me win an argument. And it doesn't really involve anything I say or anything I think of. It doesn't involve any thought on my side. And it's very easy. You just need print screen and Control V. Because most of the times, the people who argue with on Twitter, they already lost the fight on their behalf. They already handed you a W on their behalf, on our behalf. It is what they say exactly is what makes them lose. Let's just put it like that. And it's funny because some people on Twitter will accuse me of harassing them. What am I doing exactly? I just quote your post. Don't you just want clout? You are so brave, or dumb or whatever. You are so brave to publicly reply with a hot take, and you are so on guard and unhappy when I just quote your post or screen cap your post. Sometimes without even any commentary, and you get so unhappy over it and you're accusing me of what? Harassment? Why do you make that post? Exactly that. It's most of the times Twitter arguments with Bakjaw are already lost before they even begin. The moment they left their own comments, they're already ended the fight, per se. Okay, I've done
I
rambling on this.
always find it to be. Oh no, I was going to say I always find it very funny when you can essentially have a winning argument against someone who is advocating for a stupid position by simply screen capping something that they've said earlier and then sending it back.
At least to Facebook credits, the commenters there actually try to argue something. But Twitter is amazing in this regard, and I'm using it in a less than flattering way.
Twitter is a very interesting place when it comes to discussions. I do think that is it the case that is there a character limit in terms of replies on Facebook?
You can reply essays. You can reply a thesis if you want on Facebook. Okay. And I have.
Yeah, because I was going to say, yeah, Twitter, because of the character limit for non-paying users, is not exactly very. It doesn't seem to encourage that kind of the same sort of dissertations in terms of argument that you might be able to get on Facebook. As funny as it is to refer to Facebook as a place for intellectual discussion.
Yeah, it's say what you want about Facebook. Certainly the whole censorship part of Facebook is not the most ideal, and that's putting it lightly, but the people there, from my observation, have been largely more subdued compared to Twitter. Let's put it that way.
I think Twitter has some sort of design feature that is very good at getting people to react in very volatile ways to things. Frankly, if it wasn't for the fact that every single Twitch and YouTube and Kick were all on Twitter, I wouldn't even bother using the site. But it is a useful tool, especially because it seems to be the only way to get any sort of proper moderation or appeal done via the big three platforms. Maybe not Kick. Kick seems to be alright in that regard. But
some people have commented that. I think people just say that like Kick is the old Twitch. So I suppose that is a compliment, honestly, and I kind of hope. I mean, to Kick's credit, they have already kicked out people like Johnny Somali, so that was the only reason that was holding me back from even considering Kick people like him. But Kick has kicked out Johnny Somali. And I hope Kick gets more traction. Who knows? One day I might even try to. I might try to stream there one day. But another thing is,
I'm hoping to be able to dual stream on there in the near future. Maybe, hopefully, over the next 2-3 weeks.
Oh yeah, that'll be fine. But speaking of Twitch, oh my God, they are in a lot of mess. They're in a big mess. My God. Do you know what's happening with Twitch, right? It's a mess. There.
Is this the anti-Semitism thing?
Oh yes. Twitch has a lot of problems. I mean, not even just I tell it my own personal problems with Twitch, but yes, it is basically how Twitch and in their inner circle of above the layer streamers and how Twitch are protecting them. They are playing a very dangerous game, because this is my prediction. If we all thought that YouTube's adpocalypse was horrible back then, over the PewDiePie situation, all of that, I am hesitating to guess that Twitch will make YouTube's adpocalypse look like just a mild drizzle. I'll put it at that.
Hmm. I've struggled. I have really struggled over the past few weeks to try and comprehend how exactly Twitch's trust and safety team thought that it was a good idea to run cover for Hassan and a whole bunch of other extremists simply because of some sort of apparent either personal attachment they have to those creators or because of some sort of warped political solidarity. Because there is I can't see any reasonable, rational way that, you know, keeping Hassan unbanned and possibly losing the platform's advertising is seen as a worthwhile trade by the platform. And with Hassan in particular, I find the fact that he's had so many people at Twitch covering for him to be hilarious. Especially because, okay.
Hassan says something that inadvertently ended up being true. Remember that snippet of video that he said that, well, Dan Clancy and his team personally wished him happy birthday.
Oh yeah,
remember that?
That was such
he meant it as a joke, but he meant it as a joke, but people have no idea how true it could be, honestly. Because look at him, he is above the law on Twitch. There is no mistake about it. Him and his little gang of friends. And there is one more thing that was in the news today. It's been talked about by a few people such as Asmon Gold, but there is another streamer who is like part of Hassan's little satellite gang, and he once again did something that is, according to US,
Destiny 100K.
Yes, exactly. He does something that is textbook US felony. And what does Twitch give him? 3 days. And what does Twitch give? What does Twitch give to a VTuber who shows just a little too much skin on their VTuber model? 1 month. What does Twitch give Asmon Girl for his undoubtedly is an uncouth and very rude and very insensitive comment? What that being said, it's definitely the whole idea of saying something felonious is definitely way up there compared to that, but he got 2 weeks.
Yep. I just don't understand, because out of all the hills you could choose to die on, I just can't grasp why Twitch chose this one. There are so many better ways that you can choose to kill your own platform that don't involve this kind of slow PR death. And yet here we are watching as Twitch immolates in real time.
Maybe one day we will know. One day, perhaps, all of it will come out, just like the Twitter files. All of it will come out one day, but it won't happen not until either one of these few scenarios will occur. Either one, Twitch completely implodes and destroys itself. Second, Twitch gets a full restructure, which is not very likely. Third, Elon Musk buys over Twitch and integrates it into X. So, these 3 scenarios. Maybe one of these 3 scenarios we might get the truth of what was Dan Clancy thinking, what was the inner circle of Twitch management thinking. But until then, we'll just have to keep speculating, won't we?
Honestly, if based off of all of the information that the public has had access to when it comes to the weird rules that Twitch has made around implied relationships between streamers and moderation, the only conclusion that I can personally come to is the idea that all of this favoritism just comes down to banal human motivations. I am convinced that people like Hassan and the OnlyFans peddlers on the site simply don't get banned because the moderators don't have enough post-nut clarity to muster the will in order to pull the trigger. And I think that Dan Clancy isn't doing jack simply because he wants to be able to hang about with popular people, and you can't hang about with popular people if they are banned off of your platform. So I just view, I think a lot of people share this sentiment where all of Twitch's problems can be linked back to the human portion of their system rather than, well,
Outright
admittedly,
malice.
their
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
automated
rather than
system
outright
is very
malice.
flawed, but yeah. Or, to be fair, I do think there is quite a bit of outright malice among Twitch staff
I mean,
as
I
well.
agree. Definitely. There's no worry. There is no malice involved. The way they treat VTubers,
Yeah.
people will deny it. Some people will deny all they want, but it's plain to see how they treat VTubers. I mean,
Yeah.
it is not. There's not even a single bit of doubt how they're treating them.
I do think it is a funny coincidence, and again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily like a thing, but I find it to be a funny coincidence that Dan seemed to only directly address VTuber concerns about things like the attire changes on Twitter directly after going to San Diego, where he met a few VTubers in real life. VTubers being on average young, pretty attractive looking women. So I mean, the Goon Clancy allegations he's not beating them anytime soon. Although I'm sure he beats quite a lot of other things.
I will reserve comment on Dan Clancy's personal relations.
I wanted to ask you one last thing to sort of, well, to go back to the earlier thing that we were talking about, because it is no secret that with how bad things have been getting at Twitch, it's gotten to the point where mainstream media has started to pick up on that as well. And we've been talking about how, games journalism has become a bit of a joke, an irredeemable mess in the eyes of the readers. And if I'm being completely honest, looking at the state of mainstream media as well, I'm not really convinced that it is any better. Because recently, you've seen this already, but on Twitter there have been these sort of glorified graduation posts by accounts announcing that they're leaving. Yeah, sorry.
Like Guardian, this is not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure, but they announce it anyway.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen it, but there have been like news anchors like Don Lemon like putting out like graduation style posts saying
I saw
they're
that.
leaving X. But not even that, but there was, what was it? This was I forget. There was a suspension bridge company that did the same thing as well. So it genuinely looked like a fucking bridge, like a literal structure bridge was announcing its departure from X, which is just a really funny image. But yeah, have you read through this Guardian article?
Oh, the suspension I may not have followed the suspension bridge one. That sounds like news to me. I'm gonna have a look at that because it sounds really weird. But I have seen the Guardian article, yes, and I'm just gonna say that it's ego. It's all ego.
Yeah.
They can lie about how it's about toxicity. They can lie about how it's all about bigotry, but no. What the Guardian does not like is that they are being laughed at online by people on Twitter. Every single hot take they make, if they're making statements of fact, the community knows it's there to shut them down. And if they are making statements of opinions, people don't care, or people repost them and then start laughing at them. And it is especially disturbing because Guardian shot themselves on the foot again by announcing this stupid thing. They should just shut up. If they want to leave Twitter, just shut up and stop posting on Twitter. It's so simple, but they just had to make this departure post, and for whatever reason, people will latch on to departure posts like this because it's hilarious for one thing, and it does zero favors for them. Because, as one of my lurkers are trying to say, people have dug multitudes of articles from The Guardian over the years, and one specific article from 2003 that for some reason or another they still refuse to take down. It's basically something it's something like something that Vosh would say. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, no, I think I saw your post and I pulled up the individual screenshots on the
Yeah,
slide.
you saw that. You saw that.
Yeah, this article by Rod Liddle.
Yep, it is not particularly. Let's just say.
Did you read this article, by the way?
I gave it a short glance, but I got enough of it. But I'm not interested in reading more of it. But
fair enough. I checked it out of morbid curiosity. Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, basically, Guardian and Vice are the same to me now. Really. After remembering this article existed, my perception of Guardian and Vice are exactly the same. I have seen what Vice has written over the years, and they can lie all they want. They can divert the beam out to anime all they want, but I know exactly what they wrote.
Oh, I mean, this is almost a cyclical thing. Like every 10 years or so, you will get a round of journalists or academics that for some inexplicable reason want to die on the hill of justifying CP of some variety. But yeah, one thing I was going to say before is when The Guardian wrote this article about leaving X because of, quote, toxicity and what was the other one? Bigotry or whatever. The thing that strikes me as being especially pathetic about that reason for leaving is if you are a journalist or you claim to be a journalism publication, your job is not to protect your feelings. You're not a person. Your job is to investigate things and inform the public about the truth, in addition to acting as the voice of the public towards corporations and governments. Nobody gives a shit about your feelings because you are not a person. You are a publication. And real journalism does not care about things like bigotry and toxicity because it's besides the point. Real journalism, well, at least according to the ethics and values that they purport to teach media students, real journalism is about the truth. And
they're not committing journalism, they're committing punditry. That's all it is to them.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's such a sad degeneration of what could have otherwise been something very necessary, because there used to be this kind, well, maybe that's a bit idyllic to say, I suppose, but ideally, and this was the version of journalism that was taught to us when I and other media students were still at university. Ideally, news publications, journalists would act as a counterbalance to make sure that governments
they
and
are a check and
corporations don't get
balance.
too powerful. Yeah.
Yes. The
But
idea.
unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work. Sorry?
Basically, what you're going to say is that, yeah, I agree with you. The ideal role of journalism is to be a check and balance of power. That is the principle of journalism, but it has been diluted and twisted into a mockery of itself because, for one reason or another, for whatever financial or ideological incentives they may have.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the idea of checks and balances is itself kind of flawed, because, well, the reason why checks and balances always seems to degenerate almost inevitably is because of the fact that the people who are involved in being the check or the balance tend to be corruptible, and adding more people into the mix doesn't exactly fix the problem of people being corruptible. And I feel like journalism is very much it's
Yes, and the unfortunate
this
thing
is part of its natural life cycle. Yeah, sorry.
But the unfortunate thing about it is, again, it goes back to what I said about games journalism. The problem with all of this is that if you let something stay and exist for a little too long, eventually it will bloat itself up. It will become a giant mass of bloat that causes more harm than good. So, unfortunately, it's like how cycles is about cycles. Again, it's just like how when you have a PC that is like cluttered and it's very slow, the best thing you can do is reformat it, start from scratch. And this is, unfortunately, this is also something that is woefully required in journalism. Be it games journalism or regular journalism, it just needs a restart. And in a way, we can see the restart happening. It's just that the restart is staggered via it being branched out and being ripped out slowly from the original industry, the journalism. So the whole idea of independent voices like Tim Pool, for instance, or Tim Pool and games journalists like Park Play, Smash 80, all these things, is that it's like a very staggered reset. And I guess that it's not too destructive, which is a good thing, is that it doesn't end abruptly and starts over, but rather the bloat is dying slowly, whilst the new cells are building up slowly on the side. So I suppose, again, a bit of a white pill thing is that the bad will die, the new will be rebirthed. So everything is cyclical. So everything bad that's happening will end eventually, and everything good will come back. It's a cycle.
That does give me a little bit of hope, actually, now that you do bring that up. I have spoken to people before who are a little, how do I say, little concerned maybe about the disintegration of journalism as an institution, because they're worried that, it'll just be chaos in its absence. But I do think that institutions only deserve to exist so long as they maintain their original function. If they don't, I don't think we actually lose anything through their disintegration and their absence.
At the end of the day,
And
it's
if
just
there
semantics.
Yeah.
At the end of the
exactly.
day, it's just semantics. Just because the quote-unquote journalism that you are used to does not exist anymore, the meaning behind it, as in all of the things that happen, will continue to exist in a different matter. It may come under a different name one day, or the name can be reclaimed and started anew again, but it will keep existing. What is important is that you know where they have gone to and you do not lose hope. It is important to not lose hope.
There is one thing that I will say as well, and that is that in the same vein, to sort of draw together all of the different threads that we've been talking about when it comes to being your own representation, not losing hope, because in this cycle, you know, as soon as something gets burned down, there will be something else to take its place. If you do look around at journalism and you see that it is an irredeemable pile of junk, as I'm sure both I and Banmin agree upon it being, something that cannot be fixed but can only be reset and replaced. The only way we can get around this is by having alternative, not journalists by name, maybe not by formal qualification, but journalists in the spirit of the word, right? In the spirit of, you know, investigation, truth-telling, wanting to hold power to account, wanting to give voice to common people. All of those are values and ethics that are not confined to someone who has a tag on them that says journalist. So if you are somebody who has both given up on journalism as an institution but still sees value in the concept and the practice, the only solution is to represent yourself as not a consumer of media, but a customer, as an active seeker of media. So if you find, whether it be creators or other independent voices, wherever, if you find people who embody those values that you think are worth something in the concept of journalism, seek them out. Support them in whatever way you can, even if it is simply consuming their content without paying them anything, because not everyone is in a position where they can pay something. If you are in a position where you yourself are able to take up a camera or dig into a matter that seems to have escaped mainstream media's attention yourself, and you are capable of packaging it into the form of a easily digestible story and stuff, then do that as well. Become the journalist. Wolf and Wings in chat, they raised Kirsha as an example, or Smugglana sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Because Kirsha is a great example of a creator that, I mean, Kirsha has gone through gamer apotheosis in my opinion, where she started off as a gremlin MMO player, and she is now quite literally an investigative journalist in everything short of the official institution's sanctioned title. Because what she does on her streams is it's actual like investigative journalism.
What I really appreciate about Kirsha is how much she cares, actually. Every single thing she talks about, she 100% cares about them. And that is why I find it really hard not to like Kirsha and when any stream she makes, actually. Even like blatantly political streams, I still appreciate that she made, because again, it goes back to authenticity. She leaves her intents on her sleeves and she makes the content that she feels is right. And in this case,
honestly, if more journalists were like that, the industry wouldn't be failing, in my opinion. But yeah, sorry, go on.
And definitely that is 100% correct. What you are saying about Kirsha is 100% correct. But I think just to add a bit to your thing, I think there's like a personal gripe I have concerning the Kirsha situation, okay?
Yep.
You know about Timpo? You know about Timpo?
Yep.
Yeah. There was one very, in my opinion, hot take he has. And his hot take is of VTubers. He has come on stream to basically express his what? He's a bit of like a boomerish type of take on VTubers. So she said this point, and I might have posted it about it just as a joke to Tim, but basically said something along the lines of, you have, quote unquote, you have the most super chatted streamers, VTubers, anime girls going hee hee ha ha, playing video games, and it's a fat white dude, pretending to be them. And at that point in time, it was like, okay, that's a very weird comment to make it. Then I realized something. I realized that although people like Tim Pool, they have reported things that I appreciate being reported, at some point in time, I think that it goes back to the whole perception that some people view VTubers like as if it's an ugly word, okay? Remember what you say about that? And
yeah,
it is nothing is more telling than Tim Pool's reaction towards Kirsha. And not long, about a year or so after he made that comment, and he got slightly roasted for that comment, but it came back again. Kirsha broke the story about Bridge. Remember that? About earlier this year? Yeah, she broke the story about Bridge. And the breaking of that story was very valuable for all of us who keep track about all these fake diversity inclusion things. And even Tim brought it up eventually. Tim brought it up as well on his own streams and his own videos. He talked about Bridge. And one of the super chats he received, he was asked very upfront, a very honest question. Tim, will you consider bringing Kirsha into a stream just to talk about the Bridge incident? Then his comment was kind of off-putting. Let's just leave it at that. What he said was, I'm not going to invite over some VTuber. That was what he said. I think at the end of the day, there is only one big thing that will prevent people from properly uniting and creating positive change. And that is mutual respect. You don't have to like the same things, have the same hobbies, or even agree on most things. But if you agree on core things, even if you are like a so-called 100% journalist, like so-claimed journalist as Tim would call himself, you speak to a VTuber, she makes good points. If she makes good points and you respect what she says, is it really that hard to just hand in an olive branch? Because at the end of the day, just because there is a problem, there is one big problem why the silent majority is silent, okay? And this is something that is from my own observation. The silent majority remains silent, and the problem is the silent majority is largely reasonable. The silent majority are sane people, reasonable people, and good people wholly. But what prevents them from uniting, creating positive change, and throwing out the rotten minority factions that cause problems is because they are unwilling, for one reason or another, to unite over anything. And this is an important thing. People don't always agree 100% with each other, but if they agree with things that are core enough, that is reason enough to work together. Unity is important, and it's not just a buzzword. Yeah, that was my rant. Sorry.
amen. No, I mean, I do think you raise a good point. That is, I don't. It is very easy to blackpill about stuff like this, and I suppose I miss having, because when you phrase it like that, you know, the only thing stopping the silent majority from mobilizing is the fact that they don't seem to have the same degree of cohesion or unity that they need in order to oust cohesive vocal minorities, is it does sound like what they're lacking is, people who've watched my stream before will know what I mean by this, but it does sound like they are lacking a propagandizing motivator. And to clarify what I mean by propaganda, I simply mean rhetorical, persuasive messaging that is designed to persuade a group to act together, not something that's inherently good or bad. And I do think that good propaganda is a bit of a lost art at the moment. But yeah, sorry?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about one specific manga that I've been reading a lot, but I forget the name of the manga, but the premise is very simple. There is this hero and a sage. Both of them killed a demon lord, and at the end of their whole journey, the kingdom that sponsored them tossed them aside and just killed them off because they were a threat to the power structure. And this sage, he came back and became a lich. A very powerful lich. Yeah, the name of the manga is Executed Sage Reincarnated as a Lich. He became a very powerful lich, and he developed a goal that he wanted to create world peace. And one of the things he said was, to create world peace, he needed to find a reason for people to unite. So he became the new demon lord to force people who would otherwise fight over everything to unite and focus on him as a problem. I would like to think that this mindset, not specifically having a big enemy, but some kind of underlying motivation that can unite as many people as possible. That will be really nice, actually. And I suppose that is going to be something that people will have to discover that over time. But I just thought, but your ramble about this whole point about uniting is it just reminded me about this manga I read. Yeah. Okay.
I find the idea of, oh no, yeah, I find that idea of coming up with a, how do I say this, fabricated enemy, I suppose, to be one that I do think that would be an effective method. It's just that personally,
it is the most straightforward. Yeah, it's a very straightforward method, but it's also a very transient method, because once it's gone, and everything just devolves back all over again. But again, this is a human behavioral issue, and to be honest, let's just say in a way we already kinda have this, like, quote unquote enemy, right? The whole fake DI thing, I'll always call it fake because it is what it is. It's a fake. This whole fake vocal minority that is trying to grasp control on every facet of culture and society, they're becoming further, I would say, further evident. As in, there is now kind of like a banner or a face.
They're losing their camouflage.
Yeah, they're losing their camouflage, because back in the early 2010s, it's just like a very nebulous concept. We're just talking about in general, like SJWs and all these things, like it's everywhere. We can't really focus on something very concrete. And because recently with Certainly, with things like what happened to Twitter that has become X, and how again Sweet Baby Inc. shot themselves in the foot with what they attempted to do against Cabrutus. Again, they have all of themselves to blame. They have given a face for the masses to start uniting against. So
That's true.
it is. So I just want to tell people who might be black pill, because I know for a fact I have a lot of lurkers who have chatted with me. Some of them have been very black pilled over all of this encroaching tapjaw and fake progressive nonsense. Fake, 100% fake. They think it's going to get worse, but no, I'm telling you, it's going to get better. Because right now, we already have a face to the source of all the issues. It is a face that is becoming clearer with each passing month. And because of that, there is the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord archetype has already surfaced. And one day, maybe with a little luck, Team Pooh might actually invite Kersha onto his stream. Who knows? May not be now, but probably in the future.
True. It also helps that we have creators like I know Madam Savvy's doing this, where she's starting to create these giant webs of connections between various people involved in the diversity consultant industry. And it really helps to sort of get more of a more solid target to aim at. But yeah,
I saw Madam Savvy play Dustborn. I saw her play Dustborn. I saw her sanity drain in real time.
Yep, Dustborn has that effect on people who play it. I would know. But yeah. I appreciate the fact that throughout these discussions of topics that can be very, grim, if not outright grim, but just they can seem very hopeless and very nebulous. I appreciate the fact that you've been quite adamant on not blackpilling, on actually pointing out reasons why there is still hope. And I do think that that's... It's something that I do wonder if I don't do enough.
Lurkers probably already know, but Lurkers probably already know I hate black pills. I hate it so much. And here's the thing. If I were black pilled, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be rambling and ranting and complaining on Twitter all day, every day. I wouldn't be ranting and complaining and rambling on stream every day, every session I make. Because there is a thing. If you care, you will feel anger. If you care, you will feel concern. If you can, you will say something. And the moment you stop caring is the moment you stop complaining, you stop yelling, you stop stops getting angry. So, for as long as I continue to care, I will keep complaining. And people can take my complaints as mean-spirited jabs or what have you, but I only do this because to me I still care about things getting better. Because again, like I say, everything is cyclical. The worst will pass and the good will come back again. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned like that.
I appreciate that perspective, though. And I do think it is necessary to prevent complete giving up. Which is, I do think that it's a very real threat. But yeah.
Yeah, never black pill. Never black pill. Every time you feel like you're at the rock bottom, just always know one word. For now. You're at rock bottom for now, but eventually, what goes down must come up.
True. It's getting pretty late over here in Oz.
And
so...
I am a bit shocked by the length of this collab. I was expecting like 2 to 3 hour collab, and what the heck has happened?
we went ham on the yapping.
You laugh. We have lost track of time. I am so sorry that I took so much of your time.
No. Absolutely not. No. This has been extremely enjoyable for me to be able to talk to you in this manner. And I think by just looking at the chat that they've enjoyed it as well. Both my footstools, backseaters, and your lurkers seem to have had a good time with us as well.
I am glad.
I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I am glad because undoubtedly my style of streaming, as you can see, it can be a bit dry and unnecessarily intense.
Nah, I think the yapping is good. The yapping suits. I'd say the yapping suits you, and I'm very sure that the lurkers agree.
I am happy that you think that way, and thank you very much for the warm thoughts. Like I say, I'm very unused to such positive reactions to my yaps and opinions.
I hope that over time the lurkers will be able to correct that. Hopefully at least move the needle a little bit. But yeah, I wanted to ask, do you have anything that you want to plug, shout out, or shill?
Well, I will. I might as well talk about him. One of the things that I really appreciate on my debut day was a very specific. I cannot believe it, but I actually have a resident clipper. Cause a lurker is like,
oh, is
this lurker? This lurker went far on just clips me exclusively, and again, I don't know whether I deserve this amount of dedication or hard work, because this clipper is, you can see him if you want, armchair. His name is givemebanhammer, GIVEEMBANCLIPS. This individual who runs this channel is a very good clipper. I am very grateful that someone who is this skilled is willing to clip my yaps. So that's the only plug I want to give, and it's appreciation for this specific clipper. And if you are rushing, hello.
Very base. So yeah, if you haven't tuned into a Banmin stream before, if you would like some more Banmin, if you would like some more Banhammer, if you would like some more Ban Milk, I highly recommend you go over to.
Nope. You say the word. Take it back. You have no idea what you have just done. Oh no. Oh no, my chat. Oh no, look. Oh, my chat is. Oh no. Look what you've done. Look what you have done, Poking Chat. Look what you have done.
My bad. I did not know the power that was contained in that word. I know now. I know better now.
Oh, if one day is the ever collab, one day is the ever collab again, I might tell you why that word came to be. It's a very long story.
I would love to know.
Yeah, one day.
But yeah, if you thoroughly enjoyed Banmin's yapping and you're not yet subscribed, I highly recommend going over to subscribe to her channel and giving a visit to Give 'em Ban clips, because like Banmin said, the editing is very crisp. Yeah.
Very, yeah.
So I'm not going to detain you for any longer. I was just going to read out gifteds and supers and then end stream so that I could go to bed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah,
you'd like
yeah.
to. I'm sure you probably want to go to bed as well.
That's fine. But anyway, do your audience have anything to ask me in your super chats or anything?
Oh, let me check actually. Hold on. Let me just. I'll switch over to my break screen while I take a look. I don't think so. I don't think there have been.
That's
any
good. That's
questions
fine.
in
That's good.
particular.
That's good.
But yeah. Yeah. No. I think you're free to go, so I won't detain you for any longer, and I don't think my audience will either.
Okay, yeah, I think I have. Yeah, this is my longest stream. I cannot believe it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is my longest stream.
I'm glad to have participated in it.
Yeah, you have made history. Well, to me anyway. My personal history.
I'm honored.
Yeah.
Right.
And it has been an absolute pleasure to speak with you. And I appreciate we got the time. I appreciate we actually had the time to talk about things that we like on this stream.
Agreed.
So thank you very much for that.
It is very rare that I get to do this. No problem at all.
And
but yeah.
Of course, we'll always be in touch. You have my Twitter. I have your Twitter. Now you have my. Now we have both each other's Discord. So if you wanna, if you wanna drop a chat, I'm always open for that. Anywhere.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. And it has been a pleasure talking chair.
It has been a pleasure, Banmin.
Yeah. Thank you, Anji Expert.
All good, all good.
You better go to sleep. I know. Yeah, you better go to sleep. You sound sleepy. Yeah, you better go to sleep.
No,
okay.
Yeah, no issue at all. All right.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay. Good night. Take care.
Good night.
Night. And that is that, lurkers. That was a very, very long stream, and I am very shocked by how long that stream took. Yeah, so the whole worry I had about having awkward silences, that was completely down the drain. It was the complete opposite. I thank you, for whoever who stayed up for the entire duration of a 5-hour stream. I'm glad you all stuck for it. I really appreciate it. Words do not come close to express my appreciation that you stuck for this. Anyway, enjoy your weekend, lurkers. Enjoy your weekend, lurkers. And I will have a rather short stream on Monday, because there will be a lot of things I will brief you all on coming Monday, because like I said, I am going to be off to travel after the Monday stream. So I should let you all go now, and I'm sorry that this stream has lasted so long. Again, thank you very much all of you for being here for the entire duration. And I will check the donos. Yeah, Okay, Luka-chan, I will check the donos when I can. And if there are any donation messages that I haven't read out, I will put that in on Monday stream, okay? Anyway, thank you everyone for dropping by. It has been a pleasure, honestly. I may not say often, but it has been a pleasure. And I will see you all Monday night. Okay? Take care, everyone. Take care. And good night or good day, whichever it is. But take care.